I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway will be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you are tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we'll be doing today is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you are participating in that as well. Prior to beginning our daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. We are going to do a brief recap before we begin, but first and foremost, scale of 1 to 10, how are you doing energetically right now? I'm going to keep on letting you guys know we are in the midst of a very, very, very intense eclipse cycle. The reason that this particular eclipse cycle is extremely intense right now has a lot to do with the energy that we entered this eclipse with. You will recall we've been talking a lot about this. Pretty much everything in Aries right now is in retrograde. This can be work. This does a deep, 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 deep amount of work on our patience, on navigating through frustration, continuing to do the work that is necessary in terms of working towards compassionate communication is going to be helpful right now. But if you're feeling this energy right now, one of the most important things to also do is make sure that you're not overly internalizing on it. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where one finds oneself on the frequency cycles. For masculine and feminine energy that is in separation, one of the major shifts that we saw over the last few days was a lot of that energy moving out of temperance. And what we're seeing with a lot of the work that we were identifying that was occurring during those temperance cycles is understanding and recognizing the mutual power of being able to work to remediate or repair something that allows the self to be able to see with proportionality where something is going. For a lot of those energies and a lot of those relationships that we were identifying that were coming together from about the time of the solstice period up until the time that Uranus was moved into retrograde right before this eclipse cycle started, this has been like, I wanted to identify the relationships that were coming together during this particular time have extremely strong foundations, because not only were they coming together in the midst of a lot of the work of the self, but with all of the stuff that the retrograde's bringing up, like all of the energy of the past, particularly since we have Neptune and Saturn that are both retrograding together right now, and the fact that Saturn keeps slipping in and out of Pisces, this can be doing a lot of work on the emotions, feeling a lot of the emotional pull and relationality to situations and circumstances of the past, potentially even seeing things from the past rising back up to the surface tangibly, spiritually, energetically, or practically. But for a lot of the energy doing this work, the observation of what one is working to heal from, being able to see and identify what the shape of that work is, a lot of those relationships having that strong foundation, because they aren't energetically shaken in the midst of that. They're just effectively being able to move through it. And we're even seeing that for a lot of those relationships right now, the heavy work of this retrograde period may actually be bringing a lot of work in relationality to heart opening, being able to articulate upon something in a bigger way, being able to speak upon something that one has a lot of force of intention in. Because for a lot of those relationships that were coming together during that period, potentially having experienced circumstances or situations in the past wherein another person wasn't able to move, like wasn't able to be able to articulate or amplify what the direction was, right? One of the things that we're seeing that's happening in a lot of these relationships is feeling the certainty of building into partnership, not only with energy that is working to resolve things within themselves, but is also to working through and working on healing through experiences of self-deception. Now, this is a lot of the work that we may be seeing is rising up right now as it relates to energy and separation right now. And if you're experiencing a lot of this intensity, I want you to kind of make sure that you're not overly internalizing on it. Being able to recognize and identify what one is trying to do in a better way, a lot of potential healing that's coming through during these experiences. But again, working into the context that often when we have Neptune and Saturn both in retrograde cycles together, that can bring a lot of experiences from the past back to the surface, or working through something in a different fashion. But that's why we see that for a lot of the energy right now in separation, being able to articulate and define what those manifestation goals are, we see that a lot of the energy right now, and I'm going to continue to get clarification on it, it feels like we're moving into moon cycle partnerships. And moon cycle partnerships are working very heavily within the context of the self, being able to do a lot of that internal shadow work in terms of being able to articulate upon what one is feeling aversion to in order to do something more energetically effectively. Now, this brings us to the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now. You'll recall that a lot of those relationships were those magician partnerships. Those magician partnerships we are articulating were connected to the magician card because they were doing a lot of work in terms of building into partnership, where being able to be in one's authentic space, the authenticity of self that allows the calibration of being able to build with a partnership in terms of feeling that one is not putting the potential into the person, but rather the direction that the relationship is going in. For a lot of these relationships right now, this is the work that is articulating upon what one is trying to do better. We also see that a lot of those temperance relationships are also moving deeper into divine union right now. And for a lot of those temperance relationships, this is potentially articulating upon how much one feels or how much one cares about the other person. Because for a lot of those relationships, being able to articulate and define and feel that sense of expectation or that sense of excellence that one is working to partake into the relationship in, it's not necessarily energetically easy, but it is potentially fortifying. One of the most important things that we're seeing for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, and this is where I'm articulating that this is the hardest space for this energy to be in at this time, is working through the fact that when we have Mercury in Virgo at the same time that we're going through a Virgo cycle, it can create a lot of that feeling or a lot of that anxiety as it relates to feeling a lot of that intensity towards the self. For a lot of those relationships, being able to articulate upon what one is trying to do better, being effectively fortified, or potentially having to work through a retrograde where it feels like things are very targeted towards the self, but being able to be energetically comprehensive in what one is trying to do in a better fashion. We see that for a lot of these relationships, it's a little bit of that work in progress. It's being able to articulate and define what one is trying to do better and building into the context of healthy relationship that's allowing one to be able to build into those manifestation goals more effectively. One of the things we want to really focus on though right now, especially as it relates to this particular energy, is it is very spiky. It comes in waves. There's going to be moments that you're feeling a lot of that energetic intensity, and then it's going to effectively settle down. So make sure that you're moving in a space by which one is allowing oneself to be able to articulate upon how one is able to do something in a better fashion, allowing a lot of that compassion to help guide you through this right now. It's going to get easier. But again, I like to describe it. I feel like we're really kind of hitting right now the hard part of the eclipse retrograde cycle, especially as we move closer to that Virgo to that Virgo new moon we have in just a few days. That is a comprehensive overview on what we've been experiencing in the cards over the last few days. But if you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But let me know how you have been experiencing this energy personally. That said, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Welcome to everybody joining us today. The list is open if you would like to get on the list. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private reads on my site. How are you doing today, Lindsay? Good to see you today. Welcome as well, Michelle. How are you doing, Amanda? Good to see you as well. Beep, heads up, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Grand Rising, Haley, good to see you as well. Dee, how are you doing today, Sweet Wander? And Hannah. As I mentioned, my friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list, you'll be the first person read for. The first person on the list every day will always have an additional card in their readings as well. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway will be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. We are already on our way there, so thank you guys so much for tapping the screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Our other giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Guys, please welcome our PM, Kay Megan, in for today. Kay, I'm going to pin them up here. Make sure to give Kay some love. Good to see you. And anyone who gets on the list, the first person on the list each day, will always have an additional card in their reading. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list today, please let me know sooner rather than later so we can get you back on that list. And thank you guys so much. I'm just reading over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Oh my goodness, Hannah, I'm sending you so much support. Sending you so much support right now, dear. That is not easy. Hi, I don't know. Did they, Haley? Is that something that just occurred? If that's something you're experiencing, let me know. Okay. Okay, this is something that may be new that has happened. So we can double check on that. Okay, thank you for letting me know, Haley, because that's going to be important for our 1 cards. All right, how are we going to work this then? Let's see. Does it still have you listed? Normally we have both things next to our name to show we're subs and fans. No, I know what you mean. It's just showing the fan badge. Interesting. Okay, we will definitely have to check on that. It might be a situation where it requires a new subscription. So that's something that we may need to check upon. But thank you for letting me know, Haley. I appreciate that. New day. As I mentioned, we are going to get started. I clicked your profile and found that it still says that you're a sub, but it's not appearing here. That's going to be very interesting to navigate. Okay, we are going to figure it out today, but thank you for letting me know, Haley. I appreciate that. I think it's still sub because I've never sent a gift, but I have a badge. No, I know what you mean. I still see it too. I think the badge is only coming up if you're a subscriber. We're going to double check on that, but that's what I think is happening. Because I think that anyone who's not a subscriber, it just comes out as gray. And so good to see you, dear. That's a fan badge which stays for a while. I think so too. Okay. Well, you know what? We'll take it. We'll take it as it goes. You know, we'll have to figure it out. If you send a heart me, then the fan badge stays that way for a few weeks. That's good to know as well. Okay. And again, just a reminder, if you guys want to re-up your heart me's today, that will also give you an animal spirit guide card on top of our standard 1 card readings for subscribers. That said, I'm doing well, Rice. How are you doing today? That said, before we get started, why don't we warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check? I've got our animal spirit guide cards here. I've got the animal spirit guide card. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We've got the crane. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. or after our daily collective read. Welcome to those who are also joining us across the other apps. You can also get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Good to see you today, Rosella. How are you doing today driving? As I mentioned, not even close. We're on the same wavelength. It's okay, Kay. It's good to try. It's good. It's good. This is why we do them over and over again to kind of, that's why we say we're warming them up. That said, no better time than the present. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the first person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Hold on a minute, just reading over what Haley's saying. For people in the chat, if you click your own profile, it would normally show fan and the sub status. At the bottom, it's only showing fan for me. Good to know, Haley. I appreciate that. And I think I'm just checking on my end. Yeah, we will figure out how to work the subs as we get to the 1-card readings. That said, no better time than the present. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Monday, September 15th. 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread? First 2 cards we are starting our day off with today are our Devil card in its upright in combination with our Queen of Wands in its upright. Let's talk a little bit about the energy that we're experiencing right now. There is a combination of forces that we are going through, and I want to describe this best as the combination force that we're currently experiencing in relationality to feeling the weight of the retrograde, which can feel really, really intense. We are already going through a very, very intense retrograde process prior to entering this eclipse cycle. Really important to navigate right now as you're going through a lot of this energy, because what we're effectively seeing that's occurring with this eclipse, with this retrograde, is, I want to describe it, and this is why I was calling it a cryptic eclipse to a certain extent. The space by which we typically move through eclipse energy is understanding that eclipses are effectively amplifiers. They intensify things. It's why we articulate upon the fact that the eclipses themselves aren't predictable, because they don't have a particular like energy connected to them. They just effectively intensify whatever it is we're currently experiencing. Now, one of the rigors that we've been going through with this particular eclipse process is they came to us during an incredibly intense retrograde cycle. Every planet right now that is in Aries is in retrograde. It can create a lot of the work in the space of frustrations. It can create a lot, I want to say, working through a lot of temperamentality, right? Potentially working through a lot of that rigor and relationality to feelings. Being able to identify and recognize and moving forward with a compassion as it relates. So a lot of that intensity. This is why we're talking about, I was describing this energy right now as like spiky, but also very intense, because the best way I like to describe it is eclipse energy is an amplifier, and then you've got a lot of the retrograde that can create a bit of a sync feeling. So you've got like the sync energy, and then you've got the intensity of the eclipse. It can create a lot of frustration or a lot of kind of working through the context of the self in a way that can feel very energetically rigorous. But that's why I keep on seeing here. And this is what we're going to talk about. And I almost feel like this energy right now is probably the most intense that we're going to have prior to like moving into that new moon energy that we're coming into. And I'm going to tell you right now, that new moon is going to feel a lot like a full moon, given the fact that we're also going through eclipse energy throughout it, working into the context of being able to identify and recognize what one is trying to do in a greater fashion, right? This is a type of energy that's good in terms of building into context of comprehension, either working on the context of the self, being able to do something in a different way, being able to articulate in a way that feels like one empowers the self. Now, what you want to be avoidant of, that you want to be very like careful about, I've been articulating upon this like throughout this eclipse process, is not doing something in the space of temperamentality, right? Like the difference, and I keep on getting here, like this is something that we were talking about heavily, which is the difference between being driven by passion and being energetically compassionate is the ability to effectively speak upon what effectively bothers us, or what effectively allows the space by which we can do something in a greater fashion. Now, for a lot of the energy right now going through this retrograde cycle, this is why I'm talking about the fact that it's having a heavy impact across all of the frequencies right now. But we're going to talk specifically, we're going to start with the energy and separation, and we're going to move forward from there. For a lot of the energy and separation right now, one of the things that I was seeing, and you'll recall that we were speaking upon this the other day, has to do with working into the context of what one is effectively healing from versus what one is trying to do in a better way. Now, for a lot of the energy right now, this is what I mean when I'm seeing like the devil card in combination with the Queen of Wands. It can create a lot of that energetic frustration as it relates to, and I keep on hearing the difference between being driven by dispassion or compassion. Now, dispassion is often when we're being driven by our passion, something that we do not because we can effectively articulate upon it, but something that we feel compelled to do, right? Something that we feel energetically emotional upon. And so, one of the things that I keep on seeing that's happening right now for a lot of the energy in that modality is potentially putting words to what it is that they're healing from, being able to articulate upon it, being able to expound upon it. This could even be like I'm getting here for a lot of the energy right now in separation, articulating upon one's own frustration, being able to speak on something in a way that helps one feel fortified by it. Now, the relationships that are coming together during this time, this is what I keep on seeing. And remember when I said that I feel like we're moving into moon energy in relation, and as it relates to new relationship, because it's a continuation of the space of understanding and recognizing and working on understanding the self completely, right? And this is what's so beautiful about some of this energy that we're potentially seeing right now, that's working through the space. And I keep on hearing it's frustrated, but it's healing, because it's the observation of what one is trying to do in a better way, that allows one to be able to kind of overcome the obstacle of the self, or overcome the energetic hurdle that one feels is within the self. So for a lot of the energy that we're seeing that's doing this work right now, and we talk a lot about this because the eclipses have a tendency of taking something small and making it feel like it's very energetically large, right? Like something that isn't an energetic big deal, that feels like it's very, very like overwhelming, or feels like it's very, very like magnetized. And this is what we want to identify that we can do with this type of energy. When there's something that is small and it's not energetically important, then it's often the articulation or the understanding of something that we can work within the self in a greater fashion. But when something is energetically small and it's important, it's due to the fact that we're holding on to something in such a way that it helps us identify and recognize and affirm upon the meaning about it. And this is what we like to see with the Queen of Wands, right? Because the Queen of Wands is the articulation point of being able to recognize and identify what those standards are. So this is often, like I like to describe this, like this is often what it feels like when we're working on our healing journey with the combination of the Queen of Wands and the Devil energy, because what we're effectively identifying is when we hold our energetic standards to something, we can look upon something and observe where the work needs to go. If it's something that needs to happen internally, or it's something that needs to happen externally. And I feel like the significant thing that's happening in in this process is helping us effectively communicate upon what's going on. Like I like to describe that. Like this is like the beautiful energy of being able to energetically describe what's going on, or being able to articulate upon something in a better way. Now, for the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now, and you'll remember these are those temperance partnerships that we talked about that were coming together from around the time of the Uranus going retrograde up until the time of the solstice period. Can I get one card to clarify? We've got here the Three of Wands in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about this Three of Wands and its reversal, because for a lot of the energy that we're seeing with the Three of Wands and its reversal, I keep on saying that for a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now, like I want to describe this here as working into the context of the self, being able to articulate and define what one is trying to do better. You know, one of the things I keep on seeing for a lot of those relationships that are moving deeper into divine union right now. And remember when I said that there's a lot of that, like these are very strong energetic partnerships, because it's a lot of that feeling of trying to move deeper into something while also feeling really, really energetically intense upon the self, or working into that energetic intensity within the self. This is like, I want to describe the retrograde energy in combination with the eclipse, and in combination with the fact that the moon is currently in Cancer. It creates a lot of that. I want to describe it as a lot of that energetic internal contemplation, being able to articulate upon something that one is trying to do in a better way. But everything we keep on seeing that for a lot of these relationships right now, I feel like a lot of those relationships that are articulating upon that, this may be effectively talking more about the past in a certain way, or being able to talk about the relief or the release that they're experiencing right now in relationality to being able to articulate upon a past, but not taking it energetically personally, right? That's what I keep on seeing that's happening right now for a lot of those relationships that are coming deeper into partnership. I keep on getting it's the observation of being able to speak towards something in such a way that it doesn't hurt anymore, right? It's like almost like a bit of that space by which one is able to appreciate something given the fact that they've moved away from it. And so that's what's interesting about a lot of those relationships right now. It's like the conversation of being able to identify and build upon having some level or space of perspective upon something. Now, this brings us to a lot of the energy that's deep within divine union right now. Clarification, fourth and fifth cards in our 5-card spread. We have here our Five of Swords in its upright in combination with our Chariot card in its upright. So for the energy that's deep within divine union right now, and this is what I meant in relationality to like everybody, like the retrograde is impacting everyone right now in relationality to the fact that we're going through the eclipse process as well. Working through a lot of that energetic heaviness, like working through a lot of that intensification. For a lot of the energy that's doing that work right now, I keep on seeing that for the energy deep within divine union, it's working through the space of potentially trying to make plans or trying to build upon what those plans are, but in such a way that allows the context of being able to do something in a better way. You know, the one thing I want to keep on describing that's happening a lot with this eclipse energy right now is it feels very much like stop start. Like that's the best way I can describe it. It can feel like things are moving and then they're not. Things are moving and then they're not. There's a lot of that energetic back and forth to a certain extent. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, being able to like work through this energy and find the consistency point. Remember how I was articulating before that just effectively like finding that consistency point, being able to do something in such a way that allows one to be energetically consistent, like that in itself is a major accomplishment in this type of energy. So if you're going through that right now and you're just working on like being able to build a point of consistency, through a lot of this intensity, I want you to give yourself a lot of energetic credit because it's not easy. Because especially I keep on getting like, and this is what's hard with like the 5 of swords in combination with the chariot card. I like to keep on describing it as like it's like the energetic drag energy of a past that's hard not to look upon, but one is working towards doing something in a better way. Like this is why we keep on seeing and understanding, and I keep on getting the message that's coming through right now for a lot of the energy deep within divine union is understanding that the shape of trauma is often things that don't make sense, right? That's what we effectively see that's happening right now. It's like a lot of the energy that's working on resolving some energetic trauma. And I keep on getting the same messages coming through for a lot of the energy doing that work. You know, trying to find sense in something that is energetically traumatizing can often feel like it's painful for us because it's the observation that the reason something is energetically traumatizing is because, and again, this is what we articulate upon as it relates to dispassionate energy, right? Dispassionate energy is often articulated upon something that is fueled not from a state of logic, but from a state of serving the energetic passion. And so, the ability by which we are able to identify the fact that often the trauma is something that is energetically dispassionate, it doesn't allow the context of being able to articulate or describe what is effectively occurring. I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, like that is the force by which they're able to heal from some deep trauma, right? And I keep on seeing like that's the thing with this Aries energy. Like Aries, all these planets retrograding in Aries will often articulate upon the things that come up that bother us. But even in the description or the ability to articulate upon the fact that something doesn't make energetic sense, that is the space by which we can release it and move on to something that feels like it's more supportive and healing. Continuing to get clarification between our Devil card in its upright in combination with our Queen of Wands in its upright. We've got here the Page of Wands in its upright. Now, this is really important too, because you'll recall that we were talking about the fact that this type of energy can bring forth a lot of inner child healing. And the thing with the inner child healing that we have to understand is inner child healing is not about what you were doing when you were 4 or 6. It has to do with any context of the self where you did not know oneself as well as one knows oneself in the present. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, working in that way, being able to do something more energetically effectively. I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work, that ability to articulate upon what one is trying to understand about the self. And this is what I meant about some of the relationships that are potentially starting to come together during this time. I keep on hearing they're very, very self-referential. And why are these relationships coming together right now self-referential? Because they're doing the healthy work and understanding that when we work to, I keep on hearing, when we work to know ourselves energetically completely, we become the force of strength. We become our own, like we become the energy that would have protected us from things in the past, right? And that's why I keep on seeing that there's something kind of beautiful about this energy that's going through right now, because for a lot of this work I either see 2 different modalities that are happening right now for the energy in separation. There's either energy in self separation that's doing the work to heal the self for the sake of the inner child, of the inner person, the internal world by which we're able to identify and work through something. And I can almost hear the energy saying in separation, you know, you did not deserve to energetically go through that, right? Like it's the space by which we're able to articulate upon something that we're working to do in a better way. So everything I keep on seeing that's happening in that modality, I keep on hearing there's a lot of that energetic release that's happening, but the release is happening because they're identifying and finding their standards in separation. Or these are relationships that are coming together right now. I keep on hearing like they're introducing each other to their standards, is what I keep on seeing. I want to show you these. I want to show you these cards together. Like, look at this. We've got the Queen of Wands with the Page of Wands, right? So it's the observation of being able to articulate and understand their own energetic standards, working on the understanding that, again, when we, and I keep on hearing, when we articulate upon our standards to one another, and it's something I keep on hearing, and we're also healing from the illusion of rejection. It allows the space of not potentially projecting onto one another. And that's what I keep on seeing is really beautiful about those relationships. Or potentially having a lot of, they're having, I almost hear the energy that's saying, I'm understanding myself to save you the expense of having to move through like my own, like one's own personal like lack of understanding, because this is what I meant about some of these. I keep on hearing that there's energy in separation that's healing from spaces or places that are articulated upon self-deception. And what do we mean? What is self-deception? Self-deception is the lack of understanding of the self, that often, I keep on saying, when we don't understand ourselves, it can be very energetically painful for those that are around us, because that's those moments that, like, I keep on saying, like the difference between our words that match our action, which often creates a bit of that like quagmire in relationality to what it is that we're trying to do more effectively. But that's what I meant in relationality too, to the fact that we're going through a lot of this Cancerian energy. And this is why I said this is probably going to be the most intense energy that we experience as we're navigating this particular eclipse retrograde cycle, because the thing with Cancer energy is working on the space of heightened sensitivity, or feeling very, very energetically sensitive about things. This brings us to the energy that's moving deeper into union right now, clarification between our Queen of Wands and its upright and our Three of Wands and its reversal. One card to clarify, we've got here the World card in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now. Because for a lot of the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now, one of the things that we're identifying or recognizing has to do with the shape of this retrograde. It's like I keep on stressing that one of the things that we're experiencing with this retrograde is feeling like the lack of ideal, right? It's like feeling the space by which something feels less than ideal. But everything that we keep on seeing, and I keep on seeing, like, for the energy that's working through situations or circumstances that feel less than ideal, what is it that we do to help one another? I keep on hearing, we do our best to kind of raise that up. We do our best to try to keep something into a space that allows one to feel energetically sustainable through it. And so I want to describe that for a lot of the energy that is moving deeper into partnership right now, a lot of those temperance relationships, um, being able to articulate upon, being able to significate or speak towards something in such a way that one is able to find a deeper meaning to it. I keep on seeing that for a lot of these relationships, being able to speak towards that force of intensity, being able to kind of build into that context of doing something in such a way. I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing this work right now, we're building into the deepening of the partnership. It's I keep on hearing, it's like the conversation and the appreciation in terms of how much they work towards doing that. I keep on hearing, despite the energy around the self that makes it feel like counter oppositional to a certain extent. So I keep on seeing, like, lot of that there's a lot of that feeling or that conversation that's occurring. And you'll remember that we spoke about this in the last reading that we did. Almost, I want to describe it as, like, remember when I said, yeah, like last time we did the reading, the energy that was trying to articulate to one another, that they weren't trying to read into, like, putting something from the past into the present. Because everything I keep on hearing with a lot of that energy is the understanding of the relief that they're feeling that's moving them deeper into partnership, because they're experiencing something energetically exceptional between the selves, or within the context of the relationship as a whole. Now, this brings us to a lot of the energy that's deep within divine union. Clarification between our Three of Wands in its reversal in combination with our Five of Swords in its upright. Clarification coming through right now with our Hangman energy. Now, the one thing I want to describe, with like the energy deep within divine union is I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, just I keep on hearing like working into the context of consistency is the energetic gift that they give to one another. Because for a lot of the energy doing that work, I keep on seeing like working through something in a certain fashion, being able to articulate upon what is allowing for a lot of the space by which they're trying to do something. I keep on seeing that like there's a bit of the thing about this type of energy that we're experiencing, and I'll just keep on. Remember, I was saying that for the energy deep within divine union, it often feels right now like I keep on describing this particular season as like the attack of the minor inconveniences, right? Potentially a bunch of little things that often feel like they get to us, a bunch of little things that often feel like they become very pervasive. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work, being able to articulate or define or being able to do something in a better fashion. I almost feel like this is the energy that's deep within divine union that's working on fortifying their own energetic conversation or communication to be able to articulate upon what it is that they can do better versus what it is that they're trying to energetically let go of. Because I keep on getting like, and that's the thing about this retrograde cycle right now, I want to like, and I feel like it's giving me the equal amplification of working through energetic minor inconveniences, but also being able to release a lot of energetic trauma, because it's the space I keep on hearing, it's a space by which we're able to identify or articulate upon something, why something energetically bothers us, that allows us to be able to do something in a better capacity. So everything I keep on seeing in relationality to that type of work, I keep on seeing it's fortifying, but it's frustrating, right? It's the identification of talking about something that frustrates the self that allows one to be able to do it more effectively. Continuing to get clarification between, and this is what we have to be watch out for right now. I'm going to tell you right now, the funny thing about this, I need to point this out because these cards right now are so intense. I know that these cards here look more energetically intimidating, but the thing that is actually intimidating here has more to do with the energy that we see on this side, because one of the things that we're identifying, and we're going to go through this, a lot, and that's why we're going to keep on talking about it. When we're going through Uranus and Gemini cycles, Uranus and Gemini cycles can often bring out the fact that something that feels energetically supportive to the self versus something that feels energetically detrimental to the for the self can often look very similar from the outside, right? Being able to do the work to be able to tell the difference between something that feels like it's nourishing versus something that feels like it's not is often the ability to speak towards what has effectively changed. And that's what I keep on seeing in relationality to a lot of the cycles that we see that are coming through these experiences right now, or a lot of the things that we're working through. Because I keep on seeing that it's a conversation built upon or based upon energetic refinement, which is the conversation that allows us to feel energetically fortified by being able to articulate upon the progress we've made upon things, right? Something that we're working on doing in a better way, something that we're able to identify, that we're trying to energetically work upon or change, that almost allows the context of a breakthrough. But I keep on seeing that the thing that can sometimes grow weary with this much retrograde energy occurring is there's a big tendency in this type of energy to want to over internalize upon things, right? The space by which one works towards something and wants to take something too energetically personally. So for a lot of the energy right now, I'm effectively seeing it's like it's just I feel like it's working towards that healthy resolution, or it's working towards that feeling of restoration. But it's also, I keep on seeing, like, articulating upon the conversation, right? Continuing to get clarity between our Five of Swords in combination with our Chariot card. Yeah, we've got here the Queen of Swords and it's upright. We've got some heavy energy right now, especially with the Queen of Wands and the Queen of Swords here. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Because it's basically a conversation in relationality to working towards the space of our standards. And I keep on seeing when we have compassion towards our standards, we allow for, I keep wondering, when we have compassion towards our standards, we allow for the space of understanding upon things, is all I keep on saying. There's a bit of that I keep on, and I feel like that's like the work that I see that is happening right now in terms of some of those conversations. Because when our standards are being upheld, it doesn't create a feeling of energetic provocation. But when we feel like our standards are being pushed upon, that's when our standards become boundaries. And so, one of the things I keep on getting with a lot of this energy that we have to be conscientious about is there's a tendency to want to polarize in this type of energy, which is not effectively surprising because we've got, like I said, this is a very anomalous eclipse cycle that we're going through right now. We're going through the combination force of the retrograde with the eclipse, right? So I told you it's like a lot of that intensification, but then a lot of the feeling of energetic heaviness that is being amplified by the eclipse process. When we're able to hold compassion in the space of our energetic polarities, we're able to articulate upon what feels like it's energetically polarizing, is what I keep on getting. There's something very significant upon that. And I keep on getting it's the conversation worth energetically having. And that's why we see, I keep wondering, that's why we see all of these wands here. Clarification between our Page of Wands in combination with our World card in its reversal. We've got the Two of Wands and it's upright. So let's talk a little bit about this energy here, because for the energy in separation right now, I think one of the things that is really significant has to do, and remember when I said this is a very intense, this is a very intense cycle that we're currently working through. It creates a lot of that space, and I remember I've been saying this for a while right now. The fact that we've got Mercury in the fact that we've got Mercury going through in Virgo while going through Virgo season can create a lot of over internalization on the self, particularly with Jupiter in Cancer, right? Which also creates a lot of that feeling of heightened sensitivity. And then we've got the fact that the moon is in Cancer, so that's more of the space by which we can feel a lot of that sensitivity as it relates to our own emotions. So being able to articulate upon how we're feeling, I think is what's interesting about it right now. I almost see like the energy in separation working on the space of not allowing the energy to overly get to the self, right? Not allowing the energy that feels like it wants to over internalize upon the self to energetically get to the self. Or I see this as like new relationships by which they're talking about the intensity of the energy that is effectively surrounding them. What's and the other thing I keep on seeing right now, and this is what is a little bit more frustrating, is when we're not in tune with this type of energy and it allows the space of it getting to us, then it can create, I want to describe this like it can create a lot of like, I want to describe it as like, what was that about? You know what I mean? Like the space by which another person articulates upon something or allows the passion to fuel something instead of being able to communicate upon it is what I keep on seeing. And that's the thing I want to like describe that is potentially like reaching some kind of energetic closure point at this time, because I would not be surprised if there aren't cycles that are closing right now in relationality to the identification of dispassion versus compassion. And what is the difference between dispassion versus compassion? Dispassion is doing something fueled entirely upon the context of the emotions, right? Doing something in the space of being energetically emotional often does not articulate upon something that makes sense, right? Whereas when we're being compassionate, we're able to speak upon something, we're able to talk through it, we're able to walk towards it in a way that it doesn't allow for a volatility point, even if it feels energetically sensitive. So everything I keep on seeing here, I feel like it's a lot of the space by which one is able to amplify and articulate what one is trying to have meaning towards. So for a lot of the, I want to tell you right now, like this is saying to me that there's either a lot of energy right now in separation, going through some very healing processes, but it's like I keep on getting it's healing, but it's like it's painful healing. It's like the healing that requires a lot of things to effectively come up in the process of it, right? Because often when we're articulating upon what it is that we're healing from, we identify what it is that we could do better versus something that we didn't energetically deserve. And so that's where I keep on seeing that there's a lot of energy that's potentially laying through those healthy boundaries. While at the same time, we just keep on like for I keep on getting that this is potentially the closing out of energetic cycles. You recall that we were speaking upon the fact that when we're working through something in such a way, it's the identification of what time can and cannot heal. Because when we're not in a space by which time is able to heal something, is often the space that we have a lot of energetic emotions upon something, but we identify that a standard was there. And so this is what I keep on seeing in relationality to those stabilizing conversations, the conversations that feel like they're energetically fortified via being able to talk about something in a way that allows one to do something more energetically effectively. So this is what I like about some of these relationships that are coming together right now, because like for a lot of those relationships, coming together right now, I keep on getting it's like the conversation of what doesn't make sense, right? It's the space by which one is working on understanding or doing something more effectively that allows one to be able to like build into the context of healing. And so everything I keep on seeing right now, and that's the thing we have to be wary of with the energy that we're experiencing right now is it can create a lot of like the best way I can describe it is like polarized distortions, if you will, like something that feels more internalized upon the self, but has to do with this the sensitivity to like the magnification of the polarity that we're experiencing with the context of the retrograde, right? It's confusing energy. Okay, like I just want to say, if you're feeling confused within it, it's because the energy itself is confusing, is the best way I can describe it. Continuing to get clarification between our world card and the hangman. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Queen of Cups in its reversal. Um, so let's talk a little bit. There's a lot of, and we're going to talk a little bit about this right now because I do see the fact that masculine and feminine energy are experiencing this energy in different ways right now. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Um, for feminine energy right now, I keep on seeing One of the difficulties that we're recognizing and identifying in relationality to working through the context of this type of energy is I keep on identifying it's it's doing the work in being able to articulate upon something that one is trying to do in a better way without getting too emotional about it is the best way I can keep on seeing. And the thing about this type of energy right now, and I want to kind of articulate this, it has to do with the fact that the moon is also in Cancer. Right, so we've got a lot of that force of intention that we're experiencing with the emotionality that Cancerian moons can sometimes bring out, and at the same time working through the fact that Jupiter's also in Cancer. So we've got a lot of that amplification that we're currently going through with the eclipse cycle, which can create a lot of, I keep on hearing like creating a lot of that intensity of feeling. But I keep on seeing that a lot of the intensity of feeling has to do with being able to recognize and identify what it is that we're trying to do in a better way, right? It's like it's like a lot of that work that we're able to identify and speak towards. So for a lot of the energy that's in separation right now, being able to kind of, keep on seeing like going through the hurdles of the self, like recognizing or identifying one's own energetic limitations or things that one is trying to do in a better way. This is what I'm going to keep on saying. If you're feeling this energy and you're feeling really, if you're feeling like really, if you're getting like really hard on yourself in this energy right now, that's what I meant in terms of not allowing oneself to feel overly internalized within it, right? Like not letting it get the better of you or not letting it get overly internalized upon it. Because I keep on seeing that space. Remember when we were articulating upon the fact that we bring compassion to things in order to heal them more effectively? I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy and separation, starting with the compassion of the self, right? When we start bringing compassion into things, then it allows us to be able to articulate upon what our standards are. So and I keep on getting that for a lot of the energy, doing that work, it's like I keep on feeling like it's almost like it's talking towards what effectively bothers the self, but also in a way that I keep on getting is allowing oneself to do something even better upon it. And that's what I meant about these relationships that are coming together right now. Like, you remember when I said that these relationships are incredibly self-referential? Like, I keep on getting like there's a lot of intense healing that's potentially coming forward through this energy, this new energetic cycle. Because I keep on hearing it's like the self-referential aspect of something, like what one is trying to do in a better way, like working on the self that allows all things to be possible. So for a lot of the relationships that I keep on seeing like working through this, it's like I keep on getting it's a dual force of being able to articulate and identify what that is, but also healing from the confusion of situations or circumstances that um like I keep on getting like didn't make sense, or one is trying to identify or recognize like or working through an energetic hurdle in some way, shape, form, or fashion. Now, for the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now, clarification between our hangman and our queen of swords. Yeah, we've got a lot of five energy out right now. There's a lot of there's we've got double fives, and if you have an opportunity, make sure that you go to take a look at the stack with today's spread, because the thing with five energy, and I want to kind of stress this, is I would not be surprised right now if there's energy that is moving deeper into divine union, articulating upon what it is that they're trying to resolve or work through, versus what doesn't feel like it energetically serves the self to navigate, is what I keep on seeing. And that's what's so intense about this double five energy that we're seeing here. Because the thing about the double five energy is, and I remember when I said that the issue that we're often navigating with a lot of this energy that we're currently experiencing has to do with potentially compounded problems or working on something in such a way that one feels a lot of that force of intensity towards something, I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, a lot of that double five energy that we're seeing in the spread right now, um, for those relationships or those temperance partnerships that are moving deeper into divine union, um, I want to describe this as like it almost feels like they're letting each other know more about one another is what I keep on seeing. Like I keep on hearing like there's a conversation that is occurring in relationality to being able to articulate or identify what one is trying to what one is what like the I keep wondering like the full extent of what another person is healing from is what I keep on seeing. Like I keep on getting like remember when I said that those relationships they were almost like guarding their heart space to a certain extent, or they were being very energetically protective of the self. But that's why I keep on seeing that there's something about this retrograde cycle that they're articulating to each other just how much they mean to one another is what I keep on seeing, specifically and particularly because I keep on hearing like these are the temperance relationships that are articulating upon finding exceptional energy, which is the space by which, and I keep on hearing like the things that they thought or they knew to be true have changed profoundly in the wake of meeting one another. And so everything I keep on seeing there like it's like a breath of fresh air, but I keep on seeing it's also very triggering because I keep on seeing that in the context of them effectively meeting one another, they're articulating upon everything that they were afraid of in terms of what they were going to find in those relationships. There's like a lot I keep on hearing it's like they're finally I keep on hearing they're finding the force of intention to finally tell each other just how much they mean to one another because they're articulating upon the fact that they'd never met anyone like one another before. Now this brings us to the energy that is deep within divine union. And that's why I keep on saying, this type of energy right now, deep within divine union, is very difficult because we talked a lot about the fact that this is the frustration that effectively fortifies, right? I would not be surprised if you're deep within divine union right now and you're working through something in such a way that you're articulating upon like I keep on hearing like working through pathwork of determination, like building into something in such a way that it feels like I keep on hearing if it feels like everything takes extra effort right now, it's because that's the energetic vibration, right? It's like this type of energy, like being able to move through things, it feels like heavy lifting. It feels even more difficult to a certain extent. But that's why I keep on seeing that a lot of the energy doing that work and not allowing something to get the best of them or not allowing it to like I keep on hearing not allowing it to like overly internalize upon something, but just kind of move through it. Um and this is what I meant and this is what I have to stress right now because there's something very important that I'm notating in this type of energy right now. Um, for feminine energy, I keep on seeing it feels more like the conversation or the space by which we identify and recognize what our energetic standards are to be able to articulate and define how to do something more energetically correctly. And so everything I keep on seeing like in that work or in that space, um I feel like I keep on seeing it's like how do I describe this best? Like because it's so invested or it's so heavy. Like I keep on seeing it's like the space by which one is able to articulate upon how one feels about something is all I keep on seeing there. It's like I keep on feeling like it has to do with like working into the context of being able to articulate upon one's own sense of intention. And so for a lot of I keep on feeling like I'm just getting some kind of strange message about this like energy that it feels like it's having more of I feel like it's having more of a waveform impact on energy that's more within feminine, bearing in mind again, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. So I keep on getting for like feminine right now, it's more like a waveform. For masculine, it feels more like something that has a tendency of making one feel like one wants to energetically revert back into something is what I keep on seeing, right? And I keep on getting because it's the amplification of being able to not be energetically triggered by the extent of the retrograde energy, right? And so, how do I describe this best? Um, for feminine, and it has to do with taking things on, over internalizing upon things. So I keep on getting some kind of message that states that like when we over internalize upon something, feminine has a tendency of going into a wave form, right? Which is effectively the space by which one moves back and forth through something. So the ability to stay energetically stable through that is how we effectively work to heal our inner child, right? We don't allow the energetic waveform to get the energetic best of us. For masculine, it's not, I keep on saying it's not allowing the context by which one like moves back into energetic child. It's like it's not the regression point, because the thing is you have to understand um, energetic children are more ruled by energetic passions, right? So when we're not able to communicate upon passions and we revert back into child state, we become more energetically passionate, but not in a way that we can communicate upon it. We're being ruled by our passions. So that's the thing I would also say to be a little bit conscientious about in this energy, because it's like it's not only the fact that the energy is confusing, but I feel like it's impacting masculine and feminine in different ways. And I need to figure out how that is happening, but I think that it has, I got to get to the bottom of that. Oh, I think it, yeah. Okay. I think it just has to do with the fact that like with so many, I keep on getting like with so many planets in retrograde, it can bring a lot of energetic anomalies. It's like there's so many planets in retrograde right now. It can bring out a lot of energetic anomalies, even in the way by which we're experiencing the energy. Continuing to get clarification between our Two of Wands and its upright in combination with our Queen of Cups and its reversal. Yeah, there's our Knight of Pentacles and its upright. And that's what I mean. And like that's like this is really important. When I say I want you to make sure that you're taking things right now with a sense of proportion, has to do with the fact that we're working through really, really energetically, like very emotional, sensitive energy, which is the space by which we don't allow ourselves to be energetically triggered. Again, observing, not absorbing, being able to articulate and define what one is trying to do in a better way in order to effectively identify like how to navigate a circumstance, or what to do in relationality to something. Now, I got to tell you right now, this is what I meant in terms of I've got two different modalities that are happening right now for the energy that is in separation. Um, for the energy, like, for some of the reason I'm laughing a little bit is because for some of the energy in separation, like I almost keep on seeing that there's almost something about coming towards one another in the quagmire of this energy. That's almost like the energy itself is self-referential, right? I keep on getting that there's something about these relationships um, where and where there's like I keep on getting their ironic relationships, or there's something where they're articulating upon the irony of things, because I keep on seeing that it's the space by which they're identifying like I keep on like I almost like it's like I can't even describe the level or degree by which another person is feeling someone out. Is how I can describe it best. Like some of these energies right now in separation, it's interesting because I see the energy effectively like feeling each other out because the energy itself, remember I said there's this deep space by which like we're working through the fact that the energy itself feels like it's so polarizing. um while for the energy in separation that's healing within the self, I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy that's in separation, feeling grounded upon the self. Like this is like I keep on feeling like I hear this energy almost like building upon the space of feeling proud of themselves. But the reason that they're feeling energetic pride within something has to do with the balance that they're effectively finding in the midst of something that I keep wondering in the midst of something that would have previously like knocked them over, or something that would have previously been something that they were like running towards instead of holding energetic standards upon. So everything I keep on seeing right now for in separation, and I keep on getting the same message, which is it's not your emotions. You're not too emotional if your emotions make sense, is what I keep on seeing. Right? Like if there's something that one can articulate upon and one is able to feel emotionality towards it, then it's understanding the shape of our emotions. And I keep on getting this is how we fortify our emotions, right? If we can make sense of our emotions are fortified because it's the difference between um, the rightness of emotions versus being energetically emotional. And when we're energetically emotional, we do things that don't make energetic sense. Continuing to get clarification upon this between our Queen of Cups and its reversal in combination with our Five of Cups and its upright. Clarification, please. We have here our Page of Pentacles in its upright. So there's something I keep on seeing, there's something really important to recognize and notate in relationality to the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now. And a lot of the energy that is moving deeper into divine union is potentially articulating on or speaking towards what it is that they're trying to do more effectively. There's something really important about that work that I'm seeing. And a lot of the work that we're seeing in that modality has to do with, I keep on getting the ability to I feel like it's interesting. It's these temperance relationships that are revealing more of themselves to one another, right? It's like I keep on feeling like it's a space by which they've come to trust one another enough that they can articulate even more about themselves. But I keep on getting that that was a lot of the energy that was almost articulating and defining to one another, like working through working through the retrograde energy and being able to like, and I almost feel like it's the space by which they're talking to each other about their fears, or they're talking to each other about what they were energetically afraid of. But that's why I keep on hearing they're like fortified within the fear because it's a space by which they're able to articulate to one another that articulates the fact that they're experiencing or finding exceptional energy. This brings us to the energy deep within divine union. Clarification between our Knight of Pentacles and our Page of Pentacles. We've got, oh my gosh, we've got the King of Pentacles in its upright. Oh, so let's talk a little bit about the energy right now that's going through, like working deep within divine union, because the difficulty or the hurdle that we're encountering or experiencing deep within divine union. You'll recall what I said, like this is working into the context of like navigating the minor inconveniences, working through a lot of things that feel like they energetically compound upon the self. Everything I keep on seeing in relationality to a lot of that energy um, has to do with I keep on seeing like the space by which we articulate upon like what we effectively like what our effective energetic priorities are. And so that's what I keep on feeling like for a lot of the energy. I would not be surprised right now if there's energy deep within divine union helping other energy through this retrograde cycle by being able to articulate upon feeling energetically grounded within it, is what I keep on seeing. Right? Because for a lot of the energy doing that work, being able to look at things with a sense of energetic proportionality, right? Being able to focus upon what the energetic priorities are. I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work, it's like I would not be surprised if this is energy that is both building into that state of working towards something that feels foundational within the context of the self, or simultaneously helping others through it with a lot of this pentacle, like a lot of this pentacle energy that we're seeing. But that's why we're seeing that with a lot of the energy, like working through all of that pentacle energy, it's like I keep on seeing it's like helping through the emotionality of the retrograde, but being able to build sense into it. So it's almost like a lot of the communication of what I'm articulating that they're potentially trying to share to others. Bottom of the deck on this reading, there you go. We've got more pentacle energy, which is we've got the Eight of Pentacles in its upright. I want to describe, there's something really important that we're seeing in relationality to like working through a lot of the emotionality of what we're experiencing that has to do with the conversation on what feels energetically productive, if what I keep on seeing. And what do we mean by productivity? And this is what we articulate. Something that is energetically productive, as it were, is the space by which we don't experience or work through something that is energetically marginal, so long as we articulate upon what it is that we're trying to do in a greater way. Now, for a lot of the energy I keep on seeing, like like within the expanse of like the retrograde and the eclipse happening simultaneously, it can feel like a lot of things coming at you all at once. That's the best way I can kind of describe it. Right? I told you it's like it's not just one thing, it's like a lot of things on top of each other, as it were. um and so one of the things that we kind of work to identify or recognize has to do in being able to recognize what feels energetically productive, like something that another can do in a better way, versus those experiences where it feels I keep on getting, and this is what I mean about working through chirality lessons at the same time that we're experiencing Mercury in Virgo during Virgo season. Because it's not that we can't, we create perfect, right? We look towards situations and we work to try to build them into the space of being energetically perfect. Um, but when we are, I keep on hearing like when we're overly perfecting upon things, right? Then then we get dispassionate if something isn't energetically perfect, right? And that's what I meant in relationality to identifying and working through the emotions that may come up during this retrograde eclipse cycle, in terms of helping to identify what feels like it's energetically productive. And when we're working towards something that feels energetically productive, it's the identification point of where we want to put that work, right? If it's something that happens within, something that we can do in a better way, or if it's something that happens without. And I keep on hearing the things that can be resolved or worked upon are always active conversations, right? It's the space by which one observes what is effectively occurring in order to be able to do something in a better way. And that's why I keep on seeing that one of the difficulties of a retrograde like this is the observation of potentially working towards someone or something that is overly internalizing upon the energy instead of observing the fact that the energy is the way it is. Because I keep on hearing that, like, when you're having a conversation with someone in terms of the fact that the energy is intense, but they're over internalizing, it doesn't allow the space of being able to have a productive conversation, is what I keep on getting. So I feel like, if you yourself are experiencing or working through something in that way, the best way to kind of navigate through it is asking questions, right? Being able to identify and recognize the energetic logic of something helps us to effectively identify like what it is that we want to do better versus something that we're healing from. So I keep on seeing like it's not it's continue to remember that honoring the space of emotions is being able to talk about why one is emotional about something, right? It's the space by which we can articulate upon how we feel that fortifies the emotions in terms of being able to improve upon something or helping us determine where the work needs to go, right? Because if we are articulating upon something that's energetically bothering us, but there's not something another person could do to heal that or do something in a different way, then that often can be the space by which we recognize that that's something that we need to work on within. So make sure that you're having those productive conversations in relationality to this energy. Make sure that you're bringing that force of compassion to things, but most importantly, also make sure that you're bringing that force of compassion to the self. Remember, perfect is not something that we demand of the self. Perfect is something that we strive for within the self. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and sharing in these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and let you and tell you I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Tower card. Our next class will be held on Thursday, September 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the star card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. You'll not necessarily catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you a recap on everything we've studied before we enter our next class. But the material is there if you want to receive those classes before we start. You've got some time this week. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned or studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you have a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also have access to you'll also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. That is access to over 17 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also want to let you guys know that on top, you'll also find my mystic meditation articles there, which will let you know about he'll also let you know about what we've been seeing energetically in article form. I just released one recently on navigating this full moon energy. I'll be releasing one shortly on the new moon we've got coming up. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Double. You got our highest gifter today. And thank you so much, Bridget. You came in second, so you will have an additional card in your reading. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Thank you, Fig, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. V, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. My throat chakra is playing up again. This type of energy can bring that out. How are you doing today, dear? Good to see you, Hannah. Hi there, V. Hold on a minute. I got to send individually to get the share number. Oh, thank you, Fig. I appreciate that. That really means a lot to me. And guys, please make sure to give Kay Megan some love. Thank you for all of your help moderating today, Kay. Isn't it silly because they can flag it for the, oh, that's so wild. That is really annoying. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. I need a message. I'm good to see you today, Fig. I know there's a lot of energetic trauma this season. I'm sending support to anyone that's experiencing it. You know, I've got, like, I know, but, and this is the thing. Don't match energy right now. I know it's not easy, but again, make sure that you're like working in the space of one's own standards and articulating upon it, you know? I've got one booked in 7 hours. Yep. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments as well. All right. Where is that? You guys are funny in the comments. Yes, I'm hanging in there. Thank you. Thank you guys so much. I know. How's Monty doing, dear? New Zealand. Ooh, it's a beautiful name, Hannah. Yeah, I don't think I can drive there fast enough. Sending you support, dear. And Alex, thank you for those gifts. Hi there, Bridget. Good to see you today, dear. And thank you for getting on the list. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 3rd person read for. Also, if you're on the hold list and would like to be added to the list, please let me know. I'll be happy to add you to the list. I know the energy's rough right now. I know, and the shadows be shadowing. I know, Bridget. It's not easy. And I keep on saying, like, you can have compassion for it, but the compassion also needs to, like, start the compassion towards the self, you know? Hi there, Haley. For everyone joining. Yes, thank you for letting them know. We're trying to figure out what's going on with the subs. We're all just trying to figure it all out. Yeah, we are going to figure it out. Yes. Hi there. Good to see you, Bridget. If you're feeling confused, this energy is really confusing. Yeah, you feel like, yeah, it is like, it's like a bass drop, like a drop in an abyss. And the beat drops. It's like that. I cried going to bed last night. Oh, sending you so much support, Haley. Sending you so much support. I don't want you to feel defeated. I want you to feel I don't want you to feel defeated. I want you to feel compassionate but not defeated. Trying to stay focused on family. It's hard not to dwell. I know, Haley. I'm sending you so much support, dear. Surprisingly brought my partner and I closer together. Sending you support on that journey, dear. We're just working hard to meet in the middle. I like that. Oh, sending you support, Bridget. 111, Alex, tap to claim. I know. I love that little corgi. It's so cute. Absolutely. Hi there. How are you doing today, Dawn? Good to see you. Excellent. And thank you for that. Thank you, Dawn, for that gift. I haven't seen that before. One moment. I just need to find my spot. Oh, sweet. I don't even know what that means. Apparently, thank you for that beautiful gift. And looking forward to our reading double. Thank you for that gift. And thank you for encouraging everyone to tap, Kay. When will it end? It's not going to end, Nikki. It's going to change. It's going to change. It's going to change. Miss Bex, thank you for getting on the list. All right. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the fourth person read for. I know having standards is hard. It makes things harder, doesn't it? Done it. Yep. Thank you as well. Grand Rising Channeling. Good to see you. Grand Rising Minnie. And thank you for those heart me's, dear. Just a reminder to anybody who'd like to have an animal spirit guide on top of your one card, make sure to drop those heart me's. I sent the wrong. No, it's okay, Bridget. Thank you for sending the remainder. Happy Monday, Per. Good to see you as well. All right. I know this is the new normal, guys. This is the new normal. I'm probably going to be going on at 10 now. Yeah, this is the new normal. I'm going to be posting it. Yep. Hi there, Shush. It's all right. It's a work in progress. You got to remember to check the schedule. I was late myself because I was in ladies class. Excellent. Yep, it's on the place where we keep the videos if you missed it. And thank you, Bebo, for the follow. That rhymed. I'm very glad to hear they're doing well, dear. All right. It's been rough. This world needs more heart, so I'll keep. Oh, there you go. Haley, that's a beautiful way of saying it. Yeah. Let that heart keep working. Lifelong Crier Club here. Sending you support, Haley. That is great news. Oh, I'm glad to hear that that's good for you, okay? Oh, no. It's all right, Bridget. We'll figure it out. All right. All right, friends. We're going to get started on personal readings. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the fourth person read for, 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. Alexander, did you get on the list? Oh, you were on the list. You were on the list. You wanted to get off the hold list, right? I'm happy to add you to the list, dear. All right. Yes, good to see you, dear. Okay. We can cry together. All right, friends. No problem. And if there's anyone else who's on the hold list who would like to be put back on the list, just let me know. I'll be happy to add you. We are going to get started on personal readings right now. Before we begin, let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Eagle. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, where were we? I'm just going to move to the East Coast so it's at a reasonable time for me. There we go. There we go, Nikki. Oh, I'm supposed to start working at 6 a.m. So this will help me get up. I'm glad to hear that. I'll be gone tomorrow at the same time. So 10 a.m. Eastern. I hope that helps. All right. And I've got you on the list, Alexandra. All right, we're going to get started. First person we're reading for today is Alexandra. Alexandra, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And thank you, Sunrise, as well. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the fifth person read for. Alexandra, I think you already posted your question. Yeah, you can absolutely. No, you can absolutely go second, dear. Not a problem. All right. No problem, Kay. Okay. All right. If that's the case, Bridget, you are the first person we're reading for today. You'll also have an additional card. Amanda, thank you for getting on the list. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the sixth person read for. All right. No, it's okay. And also, friends, we are at 14.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're topping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Yeah, absolutely, Bridget. Okay, we're going to pass on Bridget for a moment, which makes the next person on the list for today is Double. Double, congratulations on winning our highest gifter. Could you let me know? I've got you. Yep, I've got you on the list, Viz. No, you don't have to apologize. It's okay, Bridget. All right, the person I'm reading for right now is Double. Double, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. All right. Oh, I didn't know I saw that. Thank you, Jordan. I thank you for pointing that out. Welcome, Sunrise. And just a reminder to anyone who is on the other apps, if you'd like to get on, all you have to do is send the donation via my tree that has links in it, and you can be added to the list. All right. Yes, that is somebody I'm following. Yep, I've got you on the list, Viz. I've got you on as, I believe I've got you fifth on the list. All right. All right, if Double is not here, the next person we're reading for today is Miss Bex. Bex, could you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? All right. Hi there, how are you doing, dear? Just put the question, oh, thank you for letting me know it's on the disco. And just a reminder to anybody who has, if you would like a dream interpreted or if you have a past life you would like more information on, you can put that information in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. All right. Oop, hold on a minute. And for anybody who's interested in getting on the list right now, we do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, guided messages, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. Okay. Ooh, all right. We've got here outside tea. I'm also going to post. All right, one moment. Let me just pin you up here, guys. Make sure to give Miss Beck some love. Outside tea, general tea from guides on the next year. Ooh, and happy recent birthday. Can I get, yep, 4 cards, please. And 2 more. So, Yeah, I feel like there's something, I feel like I'm seeing that there's some heavy work that effectively gets done, um, in relationality to I keep on like it's very much in alignment with what we've been seeing with the Daily Collective. And I feel like it's interesting too, because I see you becoming protective about things, you know? And I see you becoming very I feel like I see you becoming protective in the space of another person trying to make it seem like you're being energetically sensitive, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like it's giving me, and I keep on getting this. Like this is what it feels like when we're healing from bully energy, which is the space by which another person articulates that we're being energetically protective, and another person tries to articulate and say, stop being so sensitive, right? Because I keep on getting we're supposed to be energetically sensitive. I keep on getting it's the space by which we identify and recognize what that feeling of energetic sensitivity is. And I keep on hearing you almost like having a conversation with someone and articulating at some point and saying, I'm not being sensitive. I'm being energetically protective because it's the I keep on getting it's the observation of effectively I keep on seeing like you are like trying to articulate to another person, um like it almost feels to me like it's giving me like it's almost giving me like some kind of conversation you have with someone that says like a healthy I keep on hearing like a healthy friendship shouldn't require one to build a callus, is what I keep on hearing, which is almost like and that's what I'm almost getting. Like I almost see someone being like callous to you in some kind of way, shape, or form. And I feel like this is why the guides are kind of articulating upon it, because I keep on hearing um like and that's all I keep on hearing. Like I keep on hearing the same message, which is the space callous energy will say to you, why are you being so sensitive? Callous energy will say to you, why are you being so sensitive? Because it's the energy that like, and I want to describe it, is almost like I keep on getting it's like the energy that articulates upon something that they're not I keep on hearing they're not interested in understanding, because I keep on hearing they're not interested in understanding because um like it, and that's what and that's the thing that's wild about it. Like I almost see you having a conversation with someone and saying like and it does feel to me like, and I feel like that's what I keep on identifying in terms of something happening that feels like it's bittersweet, because I almost see you saying like to someone, it's almost like giving me the type of vibration of someone that's like when someone's being callous, it's because they refuse to have a conversation. And when someone refuses to have a conversation, they're deeply, deeply like nested or embedded in their ego, right? And that's what I keep on seeing that almost feels like a frustration point, because I almost see something, I almost see some kind of like I almost see somebody like and I need to stress this like I feel like this is why the guides are giving you like I feel like they're kind of energetically preparing you for that. And I feel like also um you know eh, sensitivity comes from the ability to have empathy without necessarily having experienced something, is all I keep on getting. right? The understand, I keep hearing, and I feel like in a way, like the nice thing I identify that's happening for you this year is I see you in some way, shape, or form kind of acting as like working in some kind of advocacy role, which is potentially, and when we talk towards advocacy, it's trying to help another person get, like, advocacy is trying to build empathy in another by giving them a sense of how another person may have experienced something. Um, and this is why advocacy can sometimes feel really difficult, because when you're working in the space of advocacy and someone's too deep within their ego, they don't want to they don't want to hear it, because sometimes they like to believe it doesn't energetically exist. And so I keep on hearing the guides are saying, like, remember, someone will hear you articulating or advocating upon something, and they'll be energetically blind to it because they're so deep in their own ego that they don't even want to they don't even want to like they don't even want to like navigate the space by which another person's experience exists. So I feel like I see you working very fundamentally in that space, but I also feel like I see you, and that's the thing that's interesting too. I see you supported, like it feels energetically bittersweet. Like I feel like I see you letting go of situations, or potentially others, but at the same time I see you being supported by those that understand that one never desires those circumstances, but one often, like I keep on hearing, like one I like to point out, and this is what I'm also hearing from your guides. All right, it's not it's not selfish if you'd rather not, is what I keep on hearing. It's not attention if you'd rather not, is what I keep on hearing, which is the space by which another person tries to make you feel like you're articulating something. And I keep on hearing, if you'd rather not, right? If it's something that you feel like you have to do, then I keep on hearing, don't let someone twist it on you, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the Knight of Swords in its reversal. I almost feel like this is like, it almost feels like something coming to a head. You know what I mean? And when I like to point this out, when it feels like a certain relationship comes to a head, it's often like, it's often those moments, like, and I like to point this out, like it's almost those moments where we give someone every opportunity, like we do everything. I keep on hearing, like we um it's not, I keep on almost seeing, like it almost like, and I feel like that's what I almost see between you and someone else. Like it feels like someone pushing, and when someone pushes, and I need to point out, like one of the things with bullying energy is that bullying energy will often articulate upon the fact that they're not doing anything, right? Like that's the thing about they'll articulate that they're not doing anything, and then they'll articulate about the fact that you're being too sensitive. And I keep on hearing, remember, that is the song of a bully, right? The song of a bully is one that will articulate and say, I'm not doing anything, as they're doing this, right? Like it's the song that says I'm not doing anything as someone tries to see how far they can get away with something. And so I feel like, remember, don't match energy if you're experiencing that from someone, right? Don't feel the need to match them, but almost articulate upon the fact that you can observe, like I keep on hearing, dismantle what they're energetically doing, which is the space by which you say, and now you will say, I don't see you saying to someone, and now you will say this, right? Like I keep on hearing, if you could, if you can predicate upon it, then it's energetically happening. So don't let another person's deniability like move you off of like the space by which you can like identify, is what I keep on saying. But I feel like the positive space is, I almost see you like working through something in such a fashion that it almost feels like there's others that are able to energetically observe it too. That's the thing I keep on seeing about something. It's like I keep on feeling like it's almost like giving me the vibration of something that like you're used to, but others are able to effectively to like I almost feel like others like around you being like, no, I caught it too. Like it's almost like the space by which another person like supports you because they themselves experience and see it as well. Thank you so much, Bex, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the fifth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Hi there. How are you doing, dear? I got you. Thank you. I got thank you as well. Everyone's being an energetic problem today, apparently, besides me. Sending you support, Nikki. No, you can absolutely save the question double if you prefer. Just let me know. Just save the date and you can come back here and request to have that anytime you need it. I can feel that having built up with, yeah, I can see it. You know what I mean? And I feel like like that's what but I almost feel like that's the thing in relationality to you being able to articulate upon something. Yeah, in the past I've been afraid of this work, but I think I'm ready this year. I mean, I feel like I feel like it's saying to me, like I almost see a situation where it feels empowering, specifically and particularly because I almost see you like I feel like the space by which you're observing something in a different way shows the fact that you're energetically empowered to do so. And thank you for that gift, Yvonne. No, it does. I feel like I see you like healing in profound ways this year, but I keep on hearing it's like healing by not putting up with things is what I keep on getting. Yeah, that got me in the gut. It's not selfish if you'd rather not. That's what I keep on like, that's the thing about it. Like, I almost see someone trying to articulate upon you being energetically sensitive about something, and I'm trying to make it seem like you're trying to be a spectacle. And I can see, I had a really strong message from one of your guides that says, "It is not. It's not. That is not the case. If you would rather not." Is what I keep on. If you would rather not, sending you so much support on that, dear. Yep. You're so welcome. Thank you as well for receiving that message, Viz. I got you, Alexandra. Ooh, we got a long dream coming through. I'd love to get on the list. I don't know which dream to pick. Okay. All right. Shuffle for a read and then shuffle for the one card. I like that. All right. The next person we're reading for today is Alexandra. But before we continue, why don't we warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check? I've got the animal spirit guide card here. Just bear with me a moment. Okay, we're going to count back from 10. And when I get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We can't say bird, Deborah. There's too many birds in this deck. There's too many birds in this deck to be saying bird. But it was a bird. We got the wren. So good job, guys. It's like, but here's the thing with this deck. If you say bird, you're hedging your bets because there's a lot of birds in this deck. Okay. All right, let's continue right now. Where were we? All right, we are doing a dream right now. Hold on, I'm just gonna pull up Alexandra's question. Ooh, I got it. All right, we're doing a dream interpretation. Is this inside tea or outside tea? Was it, I definitely think the wren has something in its mouth. I have to check. I don't know what it is. I shuffled it back into the deck. I'm also going to pin up Alexandra here. Guys, make sure to give Alexandra some love. We're going to get into that dream interpretation now. All right. I had a dream that I was in a botanica searching for guidance. We went through shopkeepers where they used a spell to make us act goofy. It wasn't malicious, so I went along with it. But then when asked about why I'm there, I made the intention clear that I want to look for a mentor. It's really interesting because as I started to say that, my throat chakra closed up. But let's continue. At first, one of the girls was resistant, but I reassured my intentions. Next thing I know, I'm at the door. Someone came knocking. It seemed intimidating at first. I could just see a shadow. I hid behind the corner of a wall, but then when the door opened, it was a black ebony skinned boy dressed in stark white attire. There was a lot of fog or mist that was white surrounding them. At first, I hid my head, but then I came towards them after realizing it was peaceful energy. Once I was face to face with them, I smelled the most delicious, fresh waterfall floral sweet scent that was captivating. The boy kindly told me to follow him to meet someone. We entered a room and I felt uncertain. I just remembered my negative thought forms popped up and asked, "What if I'm not pure enough?" Ooh. The boy reassured me that I was very much pure and it eased my worry. We continued walking through rooms where groups of people were everywhere, doing different activities with different decorations. They were all partaking in altered state activities. I rejoiced and said to the boy that it's amazing how there are so many ways to experience along those lines, and I saw a range of human emotions like elated, laughing, etc. I remember passing through one area where I tried to pass through and read a text from a phone and woke up. I wonder what was said. Here is what I remember, I think. Side note, I woke up in the middle of the night and Googled what I experienced from the clothes to the mist to the smell and the concept of purity. And they did pull a name. Okay. I wonder if they presented themselves in the dream or if it was representative of something else. Thank you. Okay, all right, can I please get 4 cards, please, in relationality to the dream? And 2 more. Wow. Hmm. So for the purposes of the dream interpretation, there was a name that was given. I prefer to keep guide names sensitive when I'm reading because I like to point out if it's a sensitive message, that's not my responsibility to share to those around you. You did ask. Um, you did ask if there was like if this was the guide that you thought that this was. I'm getting a lot of validation that that was correct. And I feel like, and I think that it's really interesting too, because, and this is what I mean in relationality to the fact that you said that there was an interesting, um, there was an interesting moment at the end of the read of the dream that you said you remembered passing through one area where you tried to pass through and you read a text from a phone and woke up. You said you remembered what it said and you said here, and you said, is that what I remember? I think. Now, one of the things that I'm effectively seeing that was like occurring in the space of one thing that was occurring in the space of that energetic memory, as it were, has to do with the connectivity point of the name, because I keep on seeing that it's interesting that you said that it was the first. I want to describe it The first place by which your mind went in connection to the energy has to do with the idea or the aspect of a guide arriving to you, because it was a guide dream. And what's interesting to note is that when you entered the dream space, you were effectively asking a question, right? You were looking for someone. Okay. You weren't articulated in the beginning of the dream. You said that you went into a place searching for guidance. Um, and it's interesting too that you identified, I think it's interesting that you identified that even in the space by which you were looking for something, there was like some kind of spell. You said there was some kind of spell in the dream space to make one feel goofy, because it's almost the space by which when we ask for things, I like to, like when we ask for things, we sometimes feel silly asking for things until the observation of another person says, like, come with me, right? And I feel like that's what's interesting in relationality to the fact that you articulated that there were girls there, but that were resistant, and you had to reassure them of your energetic intentions. Um, a lot of the work that I see that you're doing in relationality to building into the context of guide work here. And I think that what's interesting about this, and we were going to talk a little bit about this too, because this is potentially something that you're continuing to kind of work on your own pathwork of healing. You articulated upon the fact that you use the word pure, right? Or worrying about your own energetic purity. And I think it's really interesting because even in the space by which you articulated that, you said that you identified the fact that it was a negative thought form, right? Like that in itself is something that you're working on healing, because I keep on seeing that important one of the important aspects, if you will, that we're identifying in the space of this dream. And I think that this is why when you said that, when you had that word, somebody reassured you that it was fine. And then they moved you into a space where you saw a bunch of people doing different activities and different decorations. Because I feel like what's interesting about the fact, and we can recognize that this is a guide dream, is that you entered the dream asking a question and someone proceeded to show you things. And so it's interesting too, because you articulated the word pure, and then the guide proceeded to be like, what pure are you talking about? Like which one is it? Because purity is found in the purity of our intention, right? Like the purity of what we're looking for is the purity that we put towards our intentions. So it's interesting too, because I love the synchronicity of you working through this space. Like I would not be surprised if in the tangible space you're trying to ask yourself if you're energetically ready, because you're worried that you're not, like, and again, pure enough. You're not, like, are you ready to take that next step? And I almost feel like what's beautiful about that is the guides were almost showing you to a certain extent in the space of the dream that, and I keep on getting, it's like purity is as purity does. Like you're only as pure as you find yourself to be. And I think it's really beautiful that you said that even in the space by which you tried to pass through, and you read a text on your phone that woke you up, and you said that you thought it said here, right? Which is, what is here? Here is outside of the self, right? Here exists beyond the self, not within the self. So it's the question. I like that because the guide's almost showing you in the space of the dream, saying whose whose point of purity are you energetically seeking? Are you looking for it outside the self, or are you looking for it within? Because you were effectively, like, again, like you're almost having a dream that was akin to a mystical experience until someone said here, right? And that was the moment that would happen. You energetically woke up. Bottom of the deck on this reading, Yeah, especially I feel like especially with the Hierophant in its reversal, um, I feel like there's something really interesting in the space of the dream that is, and I'm not surprised to see this, especially given the energy that we're currently going through, like letting go of your own perspective of perfect is what I almost see that you're working towards, right? Because I feel like even in the space of the dream, like that identification point of you articulating or feeling like you're not energetically ready yet, right? I feel like that in itself is almost what you're working through because it's the observation, right? I keep on hearing like the sense of feeling energetically ready is one that I'm almost identifying that you're working to embody. And I keep on seeing that like I feel like what's beautiful about this is the dream is almost like a gift to give you and say like you're going in the right direction because you're asking the right questions is what I keep on seeing. And even in the space by which you had a thought form come up and then you quashed it, right? Like something that you experience and you're like you even articulate in the space of the dream, you try to dispel it, it's helping you build into your own energetic sense of worthiness. So continue, I keep on hearing like continue to do that work, continue to appreciate how far you've come, and continue, I keep on hearing like continue to heal that space where like I keep on hearing the message like perfect is not something that's energetically dictated, it's something that we identify within the self. And I feel like that's a lot of the work that we see, like I feel like what's beautiful about it is the dream itself is almost like an affirmation that you're moving in the right direction, and it's giving you a bit of the it's giving you like a reflection of what the energy will feel like as you arrive closer towards it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Alexandra. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the one, two, three, fourth person read for, 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. What it was a very cool dream. I know I like that dream too. Yes, exactly. I don't want to disappoint. Yes, perfection turns into negative thought forms. I don't want to be judged for it. Exactly. So cool. I love that dream. I know. Thank you for sharing that dream with us. It was beautiful. All right, and we've got the next person we're reading for today is Bridget. Just bear with me a moment. I'm going to pull up that question, dear. Hold on a minute. Just gotta find it. I got you, dear. All right, before we continue, I'm going to I need to step away for a moment and we will continue the reads. But if you would like to get on the list today, the list is open and you will be the one, two, three, the fourth person read for. I'll be back in just a second and we'll continue our reads. All right. Where are we? Okay. All right. We've got, hold on a minute. Oh, Prayer, yes, I've got you on the list too, dear. Thank you for getting on. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the fifth person read for. Okay. And let me just pin up Bridget here. Before we get started on Bridget's reading, let's do another intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide cards here. All right, we're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The ram. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, and I'm going to head over to our disco here. Okay. Oh dear. Okay. All right. Outside tea. I'm honestly shocked by some of the things a family member said to me yesterday. It feels almost unreal. Like I don't know how they can be the same person who raised me. I often feel as though they purposely disagree with everything I say or believe to the point of madness. And the most disheartening part is seeing how now condone things that she never would have. Never once, she once never would have. Um, the questions Bridget is asking is one, why do I feel she must purposely oppose me? Is this projection, pattern, or truth? Or two, how can I balance compassion for her with self-protection for me? Hard question. Can I please get 4 cards for Bridget? I mean, there are a few different messages that are coming through on this. And the most relevant that's coming through is understanding that when we project, we are often in our most fearful space. And I know how difficult this is, but I feel like the conversation you have to have with them in relationality to like something that you've noticed about, I keep wondering, something that you've noticed even about their own point of view changing is where all of that energetic fear is coming from, is what I keep on seeing. Um, I almost keep on seeing someone that's like looking outside and saying things are changing out there. But I keep on getting the same, I keep on feeling like that's the difference between, and that's what I like all, and I like to point this out. We can often identify when something is changing in here, when we start looking out there and saying things are changing out there. Things are always changing out there. But when someone said, I keep on hearing, I don't know if this is something they said because I hear them saying this, things are changing out there. But when someone, I keep on hearing, like your guide is saying, remember when someone says things are changing out there, what they're really saying is things are changing in here, right? And it feels like she's been imbibing a lot of energetic fear, which is seeing things or experiencing something that is just raising, I keep on hearing, like detrimentally increasing her perception of something that she should be fearful of. Um and I feel like the most important, I keep on getting like the most important thing when we're navigating another's fear, and I don't know if it's going to help to that extent. Sometimes and it feels like you're probably already in that space. Is when someone is navigating the world from unreasonable fears, is to ask logical questions, which is the space by which you have to like, and I want to like almost a space say like, when have you ever experienced that? You know what I mean? Like, is there something energetically happening that you can articulate or expound upon? Because and if I keep on hearing, if their answer is no, then you can rest assured that it is energetic projection. It's the space by which, they're experiencing something, and they're allowing the context of othering to such an extent that they're not recognizing and realizing like the humanity that exists within them is something that others experience and inhabit in the same capacity, is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like, and that's, and I feel like that's the space by which, um I feel like that's the hardest thing about it that I'm seeing, because it does feel like the projection that they're casting upon you is something that makes them feel like they're energetically oppositional to you, right? Like almost the space by which another person, like I almost see like some kind of like situation or circumstance wherein, like, and I feel like I feel like it's almost like the conversation that you need to have with them in relationality to trust, is what I keep on seeing. Because, and I feel like that's the conversation that you need to have with them, because I almost see you like almost like I feel like, don't, I keep wondering, don't let their projections like get in the way of the conversation, which says, do you trust that I hold your, like I hold your best intentions as I do mine, is what I keep on seeing. Like that I keep on feeling like that's the only thing I'm getting with this reading is, I've got this, like I keep on hearing, like I've got a little bit of this standoffishness here. I've got a little bit of this energetic like push that almost like it all, I want to say like it's interesting because, um and I want to describe this like there's something to be I keep on hearing, it's interesting because I keep on seeing, it's like I keep on hearing it's like the shove of compliance, which is the space by which another person like the space by which another person pushes us, um that, and I feel like it's interesting because I don't know why, but it almost I don't know why it's like I feel like it's, and I want to stress this because energy that wants, energy that wants attention without intention will move in confusing ways, is what I keep on seeing. Like there's something really important that's coming through on that in terms of like trying to do something to garner attention towards the self, but not in a way that feels like it's healthy, but just like looking like it's almost like I feel like it's almost like the energy that's like and that's why I would say like make sure that you're communicating with someone in like a consistent fashion, because especially I keep wondering if it feels like if it's coming out of left field, if it feels like someone that just is like attacking you for no reason, then I keep on getting the message that it has to do with the fact that they potentially don't feel like they get enough attention from you, is what I keep on seeing. Like that's what's so difficult about this, which is like I know this might be hard given the fact of the way that they're behaving towards you, but I almost keep on hearing like remember that sometimes an unprovoked I keep wondering sometimes an unprovoked energetic argument is like a cry for help, right? It's like I almost see them being like trying, like not wanting to say that they energetically miss you. So they're just coming into the space of like being energetically like I keep on seeing like almost being like a lot of it kind of coming out of the on the sides of something. Yeah, especially with the magician energy. Like I feel like there's something I almost feel like I see somebody that is getting more like they're getting more like they're getting more calcified in terms of something that they didn't even energetically believe before, is what I keep on like I literally I see like I see you going through something and being like when did you like, when did this happen? Like I like to point out like that's what I keep on seeing that's like potentially happening between you and another person is like I almost see like I don't know like I would really I would ask yourself um when we it's like when we don't get out a lot like like they're very much in you have to ask yourself if they're in hermit mode. It's funny though, I know it's the magician, but the thing is because it's a magician in its reversal, it almost feels like a hermit in its disguise. A hermit in its disguise will be a magician bottom of the deck, which is the space by which like they're working into like they're getting more in their own headspace in relationality to like some kind of belief or something that they feel um that might require the ability, like I said, like I know that there's a lot of that irascibility around someone, but potentially having that ability to kind of like take them out more to show them that everything is energetically fine. Or like I almost feel like it's like, I feel like it's almost like the space by which you have to like encourage someone that things are not as I keep hearing things are not as distraught as they may appear, if that makes sense, right? Because that's what I keep on hearing. Like I feel like I keep on hearing like I keep on reading into this energy and being like, where'd you hear that? And they'd be like, they said it, and being like, what if I just show you that that's not the case? Like, basically almost being like, what if I just show you that that's not the case? Like what if I just show you? like, I feel like that's the hard part about it. They're very much like they're very much in their own headspace. So make sure I keep wondering, making sure that you're asking the right questions, making sure that you're helping someone energetically through something. I like to point out like um, something that is true is energetically logical, right? Something that is true is something that we're able to effectively affirm or articulate upon. So I feel like there's a little bit of that energy that, like I said, like don't get reactive. Ask the right questions is what I keep on getting. And I feel like, and I keep on hearing like when it's hard to have compassion for them, like remember that anger is the sound of a very scared person, is all I keep on hearing. Remember, the anger is the sound of a very scared person. And what's hard about it is when someone's carrying so much anger, they need to admit the energetic fear to heal. But I feel like something about you being able to navigate that and articulate that isn't like, like having compassion for it, but also being very firm upon it. Right? It's almost like you have to help someone become braver. Right? I feel like that's a little bit of your energetic purpose right now in relationality, that connection. Thank you so much for having. Ooh, I see. Yeah, let that serve as confirmation. They're having a hard time like trusting themselves. All right, thank you so much, Bridget, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the 1, 2, 3, fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next, I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Yeah, I see it, dear. Hold on, just reading over the comments. Thank you for the gifts, Hardy. Lipic, yes. Thank you, Bryn, for confirming that you got on the list. I appreciate you. If anyone else would like to get on the list right now, we've got 4 spots left before the list will be closed. Ram is more fitting for this. Yes. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Yeah, it's been life's journey. I know. Great title for a movie. That resonated deeply for me. Needed to hear that. You're so welcome, Haley. Yeah, she's watching too much. She's watching too much stuff. I brought that up to her yesterday. Fear, hate, separation. It's all she watches. Ugh. Wow, that's a really beautiful thing. Beautiful way of putting that, Miss Bex. Those who prey on things changing. What a beautiful way of saying that. Yes, I saw that too. When has that ever happened to you? Yes, beautifully said. When has that ever happened, or someone you love? Beautifully stated, Bridget. Then she gets upset. It's exhausting. Like she does it on purpose. She's, wow. Attacking someone for not getting enough. No, I agree. But I feel like, I don't, whatever I'm seeing, like, I don't want to say yuck to that, because I'm seeing like I see something there. Like, I don't know if it's intentional. You know what I mean? Sending you support, Nikki. And Beep, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Yeah, she doesn't. So, and I almost feel like, again, like I almost feel like the connection they have with you, it's like them being able to like I said, a lot of that projection, a lot of it coming out through the connection. She has, oh, okay, for the past 2 years. Okay. So it's the compounding of not being able to go out much either. Sending you so much more on that journey. Very half glass full. My brother lives and helps her, but he also doesn't help himself. Oh, I'm sending you so much support on that journey. Viz, the last thing my mother told me was, "Oh my gosh." Oh, I'm sending you so much support, Viz. That's a very hard thing that's a terrible thing for anyone to hear. For someone who wanted to be a nun, she would have. You're so welcome, dear, and I hope these messages helped in that. All right. The relationship is my biggest challenge. I always thought it was, yeah. My mom stopped watching the news and now watches. Oh, there you go. Lighthearted shows. Yes. Never ending problem. Thank you as well, Frederick. We need floaties. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is the next person on the list for today is Amanda. If you're Viz, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. If anybody else would like to get on the list right now, we've got 4 spots left before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. We do here Life Path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, guided messages, Akashic, and mind, body, spirit. Okay. All right. And before we begin with Viz's reading, let's do another animal spirit guide reading. Intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The bull. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. Bull cat. I like that. All right. And I pinned up Viz there. Guys, make sure to give Viz some love. General career. All right. 3 cards, please. So I'm going to do 1 general, 1 career, and 1 advice going forward. General. Got 2 coming out. All right. Well, you got them, yeah. General, career. Okay, can I get 1 for advice going forward, please? Woo! Oh, that's interesting. Okay, we'll talk about that. I mean, general, I feel like on one side, the positive that I'm seeing in relationality to a circumstance or situation is I feel like I see you with supportive energy around you. Like I feel like I've got some kind of situation or circumstance where there's there's definitely um there's definitely some kind of form of energetic stability here. Um the and I like it because I almost feel like from the space of the energy around you, I see that it feels very like I feel like it's a lot of energetic reassurance. I feel like I see something that is helping to fortify your own sense of self. Like there's a lot of like it just feels very stabilizing. Um, Career wise, and we can talk a little bit about this right now because I feel like that's like this is I keep on getting there's something very important about the fact of doing dual path work right now. And one of the things whenever you're doing dual path work is making sure that you're not like crossing the streams, if you will, because um I feel like I see a lot of the work that you're doing in like general life in learning like what it takes to be able to balance situations or circumstances. Like I feel like I see you doing a lot of work on the self. um Career wise, I think it's really interesting because I almost see you like going through some kind of energetic cycles and saying to another person, like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. You know what I mean? Like I almost see you, like, I almost see you like balking at something and being like, absolutely not. Like it's like I see, and I almost feel like it feels difficult because I almost see you having to be in the workspace, having to be the voice of reason. And the thing about being the voice of reason is that you often have to say things and everyone else is like boo and being like, I don't care if you're booing me. It's like a little like sometimes we have a job that requires us to feel energetically booed because that's how we can make sure that something is realistic, is what I keep on seeing. Like I feel like it's almost like the space by which you have to bring, like you bring a little bit of seriousness to things. Um and it's like I feel like it's thankless work, but I also feel like it's really energetically necessary. It's because I feel like I don't know why. I don't know if you work in some kind of space with a lot of padded egos, but like often I like to point this out. Like I almost feel like you have to say to someone like, I'm not here. I'm not here to pad your ego. I'm here to tell you what needs to be fixed or what needs to change about something. Um the thing I keep on seeing, and and I think that there's something really important that's coming through in relationality to identifying and recognizing standards. Because something I see that's effectively happening, and I want to kind of like I want to just like I want to like there's something really important that I feel is happening in the space of standards, and I feel like you're probably seeing that both in general life but oppositional to work, which is when we're in healthy relationship, we typically don't get in the habit of articulating or defending our energetic standards. It's the observation as to whether another person is respective of them that allows the space by which we don't necessarily feel that, like it's the understand, like what honors us. When we honor ourselves, we can see what honors us. And that's why often, like when we're breaking unhealthy cycles, it requires us to walk away from things because it's almost the energy that says, like, I refuse to participate in something that deviates from the energetic standards by which one is requiring a relationship. Right. This is often why the healing journey is so difficult, because you don't just sit there, you don't stamp your feet and demand that your standards be held in attention. You just observe whether they are and you keep moving, is what I keep on getting. You know what I mean? um, but I keep on seeing that's not something that you can do as easily in the professional space, is what I keep on identifying. And I feel like that's what's more difficult, because I feel like it's about the observable appreciation of effort. It's being able to identify and recognize what that is. And I feel like that's what is, I feel like in both vectors, I see you making energetic headway. But what's interesting about it is in the general space, I feel like this is you finding like high value relationships. And I need to stress this: when I say high value, I'm not trying to put a monetary amount on the relationship, but the relationship that appreciates you in the same way that you appreciate them. Like the relationships by which you feel like your standards are upheld and you don't feel like you're having to explain to another person what they are perpetually. Whereas in the workspace, I see you making headway, but it feels more like I keep on getting like in the workspace, I keep on seeing it feels more um I keep on getting in the workspace, it's gonna feel more like a contact sport is all I keep on hearing, which is potentially like requiring you to like choose your I keep on hearing like choose your energetic battles or recognize and identify like the best way of doing something without taking something personally is what I keep on seeing. So, and it's funny too, because like it's like as soon as I said that, I like I don't know, I was like I was almost like removing something from my mouth. You know what I mean? Which is like, and I feel like, and here's the thing about it, and it's funny too because I feel like what's happening from the reading is understand where one is learning to take hits, which is why I keep on hearing like at work you go like this because you're like you know what I mean? Like you're like it comes with the territory, but not in the space of day to day. Like none and that's why I meant like leave that at work. None of this at home. Like none of this in the environment of friendship. None of this in the environment of care because I keep on seeing that's like that is the like we when, and that's why I keep on hearing like especially in relationality to relationship like I keep on hearing the message you can turn the other cheek and walk away and keep walking, right? Like the response like the response to another's audacity is often the silence they'll find in the space that you are no longer there. And I feel like there's something about you having already done that work that's showing you what it feels like to be in relationships that appreciate and value you. And it's also, I almost feel like it's giving you the strength to kind of move through something in the professional space because I feel like in both modalities, like this is what we mean by warrior energy. Warrior energy doesn't mean that you fight every battle. It's that you pick you recognize what battles are worth fighting versus what aren't worth your time. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Knight of Wands in its reversal. Gosh, this is like coming up for everybody right now. You know, I gotta tell you, I'm gonna tell you right now, this energy, this energy, this retrograde eclipse energy is like showing where the energetic bullies are. I'm telling you right now, it's like it's a lot of that power of observation. There's a lot of that space by which I keep on seeing is effectively occurring. That is almost like I keep on feeling like it's allowing for the fortification in terms of what feels energetically supportive versus what feels like it's energetically leaning upon. And I keep on hearing there's there's something important to understand. It's not nice to insist, which is the space by which someone tries to be energetically nice to us. And then they say, like, why won't you let me be nice to you? Because it's like when we're not being courteous, you'll hear, why won't you let me be nice to you? Because you're not being mindful of what another person is asking for, right? Being energetically respective of another person's wishes is the best way we can be kind to one another, right? Like it's not kindness is respecting each other's wishes. Um, and I keep on seeing like I feel like there's something important in relationality to that as it relates to you both doing the work to continue to heal upon something effectively while at the same time I almost like it almost gives me like it almost feels to me like someone locked themselves out of your life, you know? Like I almost see that type it's like almost that type of energy where someone's like, "Yeah, I don't know what their problem is." And being like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like the space by which like another person like the space ugh, like the space by which another person um will articulate upon um what they're not getting from another will often be indicative of where the energetic problem lies is what I keep on hearing. It's almost what I keep on. It's this like it's you know what I mean? It's almost giving me like some kind of energy of someone being like, it's like when someone's like articulating constantly on what another person's problem is and being like, I don't like, is there a problem, or you just, or is it just like you not respecting another person's wishes? Right? Like it's giving me a little bit of that type of energy here as it relates to either you having to work through that with someone, which is someone being insistent on what they want to give to you, which isn't nice, that's discourteous, or another person articulating upon not receiving something from someone without being energetically respective to them. Because I keep on hearing like when we're not being respected, we demand things instead of asking, is what I keep on hearing. So I feel like there's something important about that, both both in the work that you yourself are doing, but also like I almost feel like this is you healing, like healing from passive aggressive energy, and the thing with passive aggressive energy is it's a lot of that space of being like, I don't know what's gotten into them, and another person being like, I do. like like someone being like, I don't know what's gotten into them. I'm like, I think your passive aggressiveness has gotten into them. So I see like you almost being like, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, thank you. Sending you so much support on that journey, Viz. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do hear life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, guided messages, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as it was reading. All right. And also, friends, we're at 24.8K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right. We've also got 3 spots left today before the list will be closed. Le Cachet shout out to French class in high school. I like it. Then you misspelled it. Well done, Nikki. Well done. A win is a win. A win is a win. Julia, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. Yes, and thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Viz, exactly. No prob. We're going through the same ish. It's so hard being the voice of reason. Very much so, demonstrating leadership. Yep, egoic castles crumbling. Nope. Ego castle, I like that. Yeah. Right. Impossible task. Nikki, there's a big difference between listening and hearing someone. Oh no, absolutely. No, I can't agree more, Nikki. I mean, but we talk about this. The difference between participating in a conversation or a telling is the difference between another person that's willing to hear something or working through something in a certain way, right? Being energetically receptive to something is a conversation. A telling is when we just want to tell another person something, but we don't necessarily want to hear what they have to say about it. And life, thank you so much for the follow. Sending you support, Viz. Yes, very much. Pick and choose. Viz, I feel called to do something so much more. Like Lady Diana. Well, and here's the thing about it, like, allow the space of being energetically proportional, right? And I feel like potentially, like this could potentially be the time that you're like finding your voice or figuring out something that feels like it's important for you to help to try to communicate or share with others. Yes, so true. Bridget, I feel like mhm. Well, and I think I think that the space that you're potentially occupying with that energy, Bridget, it has to do with receptivity, right? It's the appreciation of something being energetically receptive that allows the ability to recognize what can change versus something that feels like it's energetically demanding, right? Kindness is respecting each other's choices and boundaries. Tap to claim, Nikki. I know the energy is incredibly divisive right now, but that's what I keep on hearing. Like when energy goes divisive, we go compassion. And that's the thing about it, which is the space by which, and I like to point this out, compassion isn't always about niceness. Compassion is often having to say to someone, look, I don't think that's okay. You know, working with grace, tap to claim. No, we don't, like none of that type of energy. I always have the discussion with my parents. Well, it's good to have that discussion with them, Ava. Very discourteous. I know. It's you. All right, friends. We're going to continue. The next person on the list for today is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, we've got 3 spots left before the list will be closed. We do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, guided messages. And if you are joining us across the other apps and would like to get on the list today, you can do so via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Ooh, we got a dream on the disco for Per. All right, outside tea. Okay. And let me just, before we continue, let's do another intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dog. It's wild. Everybody was saying cat. It was a dog. All right, let's continue right now. And let me just pin up, hold on a minute, let me pin up her here. All right. This was a realistic and short dream. I received this immediately after falling asleep and woke up right after watching. I felt calm throughout the whole dream, though. I found myself alone in an apartment, but I knew that a good friend of mine would already be taking my cat out for a walk. I went downstairs to the shared lobby of the apartment building. The lobby was really large, and I saw that my friend was already waiting for me on the benches. My cat was wearing a harness with a leash and came running toward me like a dog. I was really happy to see her excitement towards me. The cat stopped at a stairwell and showed me that one of the railings was loose. She was literally touching and pushing the railing to show me. What was also remarkable, my cat, normally almost gray in real life, was almost completely white, except along her flanks. 4 cards, please. One more. So I feel like there's something, what's interesting about this dream is that it's working in the context of, I feel like it's working in the context of your own, like how far you've come in terms of having a level or of self control around circumstances or situations is what I keep on seeing, because it's the observation. I need to keep, like, one of the things about the space by which we see a cat in the space of our dreams is the cat is often an energetic representation of the unbridled sense of the self, as it were. And it's interesting that you said that you woke up, like, right after watching, or that you felt calm throughout the space of a dream. Um, because everything about this was talking about the space by which you were talking towards a friend of yours that would be taking the cat out for a walk. Now, I'd be very, very interested, and it's really funny that we actually did the animal spirit guide intuition check before this, and we pulled the dog card, because it's really interesting, because you were articulating the fact that your cat was acting a lot like a dog in the context of the dream, which is the space by which another person was walking them, and the space by which they had a harness to go out. And you said that it even came running towards you like a dog. And you said that you were happy to see their excitement towards you. Um, and it has a lot to do with working through the um, unconscious that feels like it energetically protects us. And this is also, like, I feel like this dream is almost a conversation on why we work to do our shadow work well, right? Because when we work to do our shadow work well, we're not necessarily worried about our unconscious coming to the surface, because we know what's there. You know what I mean? It's like, you're like, nothing's going to come out there that's going to be all that distressing, because you're energetically aware of it. And that's what's funny about it, because you were having a were cat in the space of the dream, which is a cat that was acting like a dog, an aware cat. So, and why do we see for, and this is what the gift is. The gift is when we do our shadow work effectively, when we work to understand the self, we're not worried so much about where our energetic cat goes, because we know that even in the space by which our cat comes out, it's not going anywhere dangerous. It's not going anywhere dangerous. Sometimes it shows us what's dangerous, right? Sometimes it's like, hey, I would like to bring your attention to something that is important. And that's what's beautiful about the space of this dream, is it almost feels like a message from the guides to show you the gift of doing the work to navigate, to understand and navigate the unconscious space correctly, right? Or the space by which we come to understand ourselves. Because not only does it feel like we have an energetic level or degree of control over our unconscious space, but then it becomes helpful. It becomes helpful. It starts showing. It happens when when you have a healthy relationship with your unconscious. It calls your attention to things to pay attention to, right? It shows you what to be energetically wary about, right? It's a little bit of like, hey, like, the reason I'm here is not is because there's something important that I want to tell you. Um, and I think that that was also kind of articulated with the fact that you said that the cat itself, who you articulated was gray in real life, in the dream space was almost completely white, except for their flanks. which is the space by which, again, when we do the work of understanding the unconscious correctly, um, it results in the purity of intention that comes to the surface when it energetically arises, right? It's the space of understanding that it doesn't feel counter oppositional to ourself and our intentions. It almost feels like we become more of ourselves, right? It's the unification of the whole of the self that is often reflected when we're willing or ready to do that type of work. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, particularly and especially with the Fool card here. Um, I think it's interesting because I feel like the dream itself is potentially to show you how far you have come, right? Um, like the thing that's interesting about it, and this is what we would typically identify as the cat energy, right? We would identify the cat energy as being kind of like where is it? What is it doing? It's a lot of that, like, I feel like this is you coming into a deeper sense of energetic accountability than others. And I would not I think it's also interesting potentially as it relates. I don't know if there was some kind of experience you had where someone said to you like, oh, I wasn't in the right head state or something like that. Because I feel like there's almost something to be said or gained there in the context of understanding that. And I feel like this is the space by which um like I would almost like articulate. I feel like this is you kind of learning. And what's interesting about it is I feel like the dream itself is helping you release some kind of like hyper control you may have on yourself, is what I keep on seeing. Because and I think that it's almost like I want to kind of point out that there's something significant about the fact. I need to stress this, that in the space of the dream, you said that the cat was wearing a harness on a leash. But then what did the cat do? You saw the cat running towards you like it was a dog. And then what did you see the cat do? You saw the cat show you something that was important for you to see. Now, what's interesting about that is, like, I feel like the guides were actually showing you, and this has to do with your friend, right? Your friend who might be the guide. The guide was trying to show you, do you really need the leash on the cat? It's like, do you really need the leash? What was the leash doing? Right? Because it talks a lot about, often our control issues can be the articulation of feeling like we have to keep our cat on the leash, right? But what's funny about this dream space, and that's what I like about the fact that you were giving the cat to a friend, which is the space by which as soon as the cat saw you, they ran towards you. And then further, they showed you something energetically important. It's the observation of you learning to trust yourself, right? Like it's you learning that you can kind of relax a little bit more in the space of trusting yourself. So long as, I keep wondering, so long as you're doing your shadow work correctly, like it's a space by which, like sometimes the sake of needing a leash or feeling like one does is what allows us to like come into the space of trusting ourselves. But I think it's very funny because the friend in the dream is the guide that was almost asking the question, saying, "Is the leash really necessary? Like, is the leash really necessary?" Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message is connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are doing here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. All right, and let me just take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Frog dog, same thing. The cat dog thing after the spirit guide cards is crazy. I know. You saw it. I was like, oh, that makes more sense. And the no, Haley. That's not the crazy part. The crazy part was how many of you said cat and then it was a dog. That is the crazy part, not the card. How I commented and said, I know you all thought it was a cat, but it's a dog. That was the crazy part. Yep. Yep. Always confirmation that Sin is highly attuned. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing, guys. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Now I'm thinking about the cat dog show. Yes, I like that. That was a great show. I have a lot of self-control until I don't. And then my Aries takes over. But here's the thing, but I need to point this out. And I feel like that's the thing with the Aries energy, which is saying, like, why is the Aries energy coming out? Is the Aries energy coming out to be like, I got to show you something? Right? Hi there. Thank you for the heart bonbon. I love this. Thank you, Viz. So proud of you. Yep. We are unleashing the cat. We are unleashing the cat slowly. You're so welcome, dear. I know that was, and thank you for sharing that dream. That's wild. Thank you as well, Haley. All right, guys, we're going to continue right now. Next person on the list is Bryn. Bryn, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Oh, and I saw you got on the list, Tate. So good to see you, dear. I hope you're doing well today. All right. Oh. Hi there. And before we continue, Bryn, let's just do an intuition check real quick. All right. One moment. Okay, just confirming. There it is. 1 second, dear. One moment, dear. All right. Okay, there we go. Oh, Haley, I don't want to make you guys do that. That's the thing about it. Like that seems so it seems so involved. I'm going to have to figure out the best way that we can figure it out. But like yeah, I mean, yeah, actually, you know what? That's not a terrible idea for the moment. Hold on. All right, I just created a sub call out section in the disco for the time being. So if you're a sub later and you want a 1 card, just make sure to put your TT username in the sub call out section, so that way I can make sure to honor the reading here as we try to work out the issue between how to navigate the new landscape we're experiencing. Thank you for that. Thank you for the suggestion, Haley. It was a very good one. All right, sorry. And yes, Bryn, I've got you. Absolutely, you can get guidance from the spirit team. Before we continue, let's do that intuition check. You can see them. Yeah, the problem is there seems to be a little bit of a difficulty point in me being able to see them now. All right, I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cow. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And just a reminder, if anyone wants to get on the list today, I've got 1 spot left today before the list will be closed. Oh, thank you for participating, Hannah. All right. Okay, so or have we decided that super fan status is the same as a sub? Is that what we figured out? We are all figuring this out together. All right. And while we do try to work to figure that out, I am going to, it would be funny if it was a cat after a dog. I think the subs have become super fan. Excellent. Thank you guys for commenting over there. Yep. Okay. And we've got Bryn here. Guys, make sure to give Bryn some love. Okay. Thank you, dear. Oh, Jizu. Hold on a minute. Okay. Where are we? All right. Can I get 4 cards, please, for Bryn? Messages from the spirit team. Mm-hmm. One more. Okay, Jesus, cards are all over the place. Oh, man. I just keep on getting. I feel like I don't know why I keep on hearing something from your guides that says like somebody's about to experience the life-changing power of minding their own business when it comes to you. I keep on hearing, don't match energy with someone. Like that's the message I'm getting. Let them handle it. Don't get your hands dirty. Is what I keep on like. Listen, like let this be the message of this retrograde period, which is this is why we don't match energy, because when someone wants us to like match energy with them, our guides are like step back because they're about to experience the life-changing power of minding your own business, which is the space like I keep on hearing nobody gets one over on you unless they're beneath you. Like that's the type of message I'm getting in this. Like someone, like when someone feels like they've got one over on you, thank them for letting them show you that they're beneath you. You know? Like the kind of person you have to be like be excited and getting one over on someone. You know, like that is miserable energy. Miserable energy delights in getting things over on others. And I feel like and that's why I keep on hearing your guide just saying, don't, it's not like if you like, don't invest yourself in it, is what I keep on getting. You know? Let them take like that is like that's I feel like it's coming through real heavy, you know? Like it's just saying to me, like I literally have a message which is like wild from one of your guides that says like pray for them. Like, I don't really like that is coming from one of your guys. Like they're like, when you see somebody who thinks that it is who thinks that it's funny getting things over on another person, they need your prayers more than anyone. They need your prayers. That is miserable energy. And I know how hard it is, you know? Um, but you have to understand like how you have to understand like you have to understand can you understand the space that someone needs to be in to be like that, you know? Like that's the type of energy I'm seeing on something here. Um and I feel like, I feel like I also feel like it has something to do with like navigating another's projections, you know? Like when another person like they're gonna make you they're gonna and I think you probably know they're gonna make you seem like they're gonna try to do everything they can to make you seem like you're the one. You know what I mean? Like it's that type of energy, you know? It's giving me um I gotta tell you, whatever I'm reading for, I feel really, but that's why I like that what's wild about this reading I'm giving, and I'm not sure if you know what's up with it, but they're saying don't it's not your job to if it's not your job to articulate to another person or to match them in that type of energetic frequency, you know? Like, and I keep on getting the same message from your guides, which says like when you see someone so invested in trying to get one over on you and then feeling like they have, you should look at them with pity. You don't have to put up with it. But like I keep on hearing like you have to look at them with pity because I keep on getting the message they're already in the place that they're energetically afraid of. Like that is somebody that is a space by which um like that's what I kept on hearing like like don't like when and that's why I keep on hearing like when I keep on hearing put them on your altar, which is the space by which you say I hope they heal. You hope they heal and you move on from something and you don't let it get the best of you because I just keep on seeing that like working in like working through something in that way. Um like I don't know what it is, but it's got I don't know what this is that I'm reading on, but your guides are already they're already seeing it. They're seeing it. They're taking care of it. They're saying let us handle it. And they're saying, do not do not match that type of energy. Because I keep on seeing that when someone wants to match your energy, like someone wants to, like when someone goes low in that way, they like to go, see, I told you, they're no better than anybody else. It's that type of thing. See, like it's a lot of it's a lot of that. Like when someone tries to go low on you, you hold your energetic standard. And I keep on hearing it doesn't, it's requiring, it can be the space by which one observes, you know, it's a space by which you can articulate and say, I'm sorry, it has to be this way. But it also says to me like that I feel like that's a lot of, I feel like you're doing a lot of work right now to extricate yourself from situations that don't feel like they're energetically supportive to the self. And often when you're doing that type of work, like navigating another person's um hard feelings, I keep on hearing it's not exceptional if it's reciprocal. If you're asking for something that you would eagerly give another person, that is not you being too, like, asking for too much. That is you literally asking for the bare minimum. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, man. What did they do? This is I got double nine energies out on this. You know? Like I've got double nine energies. And this is why, listen, I'll tell you guys right now. I'm saying this from like the deepest heart space. Don't be in the job of don't be in the job of trying to teach people lessons. Because when you start saying, I want to teach people lessons, the universe is like, boy, oh, we're doing lessons? We're doing lessons. We're doing lessons? Oh, I love lessons. Like, ugh, you know? I feel like this is I keep on saying like don't let someone move you off, like move you off your own healing journey. I know how hard it can be. Like whatever I'm seeing here, like this feels like, and I keep on seeing like I sometimes the observation of someone being more and more unreasonable is usually affirmation that you're headed in the right direction. That's what I'm hearing in this reading. The observation of someone becoming more and more unreasonable, the further you get from them, is usually affirmation that you're headed in the right direction. You need to write that down. The observation of someone becoming more and more unreasonable is affirmation that you're headed in the right direction. Don't let it affect you. Observe it and absorb it and continue moving into what feels energetically balanced towards you. Sending you so much support on that journey, Bryn. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got one more spot available today before the list is closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps. Pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. All right, let's continue right now. All right, where were we? Woo. So I like that's the type of reading. There are more cards that wanted to spell out. I'm like, no, it's like, but I keep on like sending you support, Brent. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. One minute. You can't. No, you can't say that, Vish. You have to be for specific. Hold on, and we as like the app froze. We've had a little bit of a freeze point on the clock app, so just bear with us a moment. as we wait to see if it comes back. Oh, did we freeze out? Do I have to restart? Retrograde be retrograding. Hold on a moment. All right, I'm gonna have to. So for anybody who's joining us across the other apps, we're gonna take a bit of a pause point because we've had a freeze over on the clock app. I just need to restart the clock app, so just bear with me a moment, and we'll continue with the readings. Just a reminder to anyone who would like to get on the list today, I've got one more spot today. If you do want to get on the list, 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and My Lio. Please keep in mind, hold on a minute. 1 second. Let me just find it back here. Let's get back. All right. Yep. Okay. Are we back? Are you there? Hello? We froze. We broke the app. We win. We broke the like I'm just like going, we win, and I was holding the 6 of Wands. We broke the app. I had to restart. Welcome back, guys. And we are back. All right, where were we? Hold on a minute. I gotta catch back up. I know. I was like, wait a minute. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Super fans are subs, but they changed the what am it's so confusing. Thank you, Bridget. Super fans are subs. Okay. Sure. I got the message today about super fans too. I'm going to begin saying you can't say farm animal. There's too many animals in the deck to say that. People came through, super fans. People come through, super fans, people that sub also. But how do I tell the difference between a super fan and a non-super fan from my perspective? I'll have to show you guys what it looks like on my end, and we'll have to figure it out as we go. We are going to figure it out. Hold on, Bryn. That makes a lot of sense. With the fear of judgment I've been having on results coming up, and with the disco going on right now. Oh, no, you meant Discord. You didn't mean like the no, I know what you mean. Yeah, and I feel like it's like everything I'm seeing there, I keep on seeing don't let another person's um like it really was giving me like the space of being bitter over small things. I just keep on seeing it's like there's something really important about that. Thank you as well, Viz. This feels heavy. It was a very heavy reading. Ooh, sounds fun, Nikki. Welcome back. 100% resonating. Nikki, you didn't miss. Your perfect timing. You're next, dear. You have to hope they heal. And yep, exactly. That's the best thing you can do. Just hope they heal. And I keep on hearing it's not exceptional to ask for if it's reciprocal. You're not asking for something too much if what you're asking for is the bare minimum. Thank you as well. Yeah, Bryn, the energies are wild right now, and the universe is definitely love lessons. But here's the thing about I feel like, you know, I feel like I see you. Like that's the thing I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing and that's what I feel like. I feel like that's like the message that was coming through, Bryn. Like the message of the universe is like the difference between I feel like the universe was almost saying I will not send messages through people. You know what I mean? It's the space by which the universe was kind of saying in that reading, which is that is not they're not doing my work for me. You know what I mean? Like the universe the universe is the universe sees people trying to do the work for them and being like, that's rude. You know what I mean? That's rude. Yep. I know it's wild right now. Yes, exactly. The soup guy, no lessons for you. I know it tends to be too involved sometimes. You're so welcome, Bryn. I'm so glad that that helped. It made sense why you pulled the fool. Yeah, you pulled the fool in the tower today, which is like I feel like again, it's like the space by which you recognize like someone making like poor choices is what I keep on seeing, you know? Yep. By meow, I meant moi. Thank you as well, Bon. Thank you as well, Beep. Thank you as well, Per. Yep. Thank you for. I know I froze the reading just froze us out. Frozen. Welcome back, Trina. The cat and the leash got her. We're back. Yes, we are back. Excellent. Hi there, SB. I know you're reading. Yeah, that's how intense the reading was. It made the app freeze. All right, let's continue right now. All right, next person on the list for today is we've got Nikki. Nikki, can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Also, for anyone who'd like to get on the list today, we've got one spot left before the list is closed. We do life path here, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. All right. Oh, have a great day, Viz. Also, friends, we're at 34.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure that you are tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Oh my God, I can't type today. It's okay, Nikki. All right. And Denise, are you getting on the list here? If so, excellent. All right. Mwah. Oh, and thank you for getting on the list. The list is now closed. Nikki, are we doing, what are we doing? We doing a dream? We doing a general? What do we got? Above. Oh, did I miss it? Hold on. Oh, I see it now. I feel like some of your question didn't come through. Oh, honestly, can we just do a confirmation from spirit as to whether I'm in alignment? Yes, we can do that. But before we do so, let's do an animal spirit. Let's do an intuition check. I'm going to count back from 10, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Le frog. Okay. All right, let's continue right now. All right. Oh, and you almost said frog. I keep getting the sounds right. All right, where are we? I'm sorry, I'm laughing so hard because of Nikki's question. Nikki's, and this is the thing about it, and this is why the animal spirit guide on it's just even funnier, because Nikki's question was, can we just do a confirmation from spirit as to whether I'm in alignment? I feel like I am, but many seem to disagree. Yes, okay, and I'm gonna pin up Nikki. Guys, make sure to give Nikki some love. Okay. Yep, 4 cards, please. Oh my goodness. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mhm. I'm getting, I'm sorry, I'm hearing, like, again, I'm just hearing the Rick and Morty argument. "I will see you in the court at blah, blah, blah. You will see me." Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny how when, like, people get real, like, everybody wants you in alignment, and then suddenly you're in alignment, and then everybody's upset because 'cause you're not in alignment with them anymore. Everybody wants you in alignment. Everybody wants you in alignment until you're in alignment, and now what, now you're mad? Now you're mad? Why are you booing? It's going, "Why are you why are you booing?" You ever, what is it? It's, the Rick or Morty line, like, "Why are you booing? Go ahead. Your boos don't fear me, don't scare me. I've seen what you cheer for." It's literally it's giving me it's giving me that type of energy. Like, um, I mean, I feel like, and I feel like this is what's coming through in the space of, like, in the space of your guides, like, it's saying to me that, the problem with being, like, and I think you said it earlier, like, it's no fun being the voice of reason, right? Because I keep on seeing that, like, um if you're being the voice of reason, another person shouldn't feel scrutinized by it. You know how far off alignment you are when you're being the voice of reason and another person feels scrutinized by the voice of reason? The voice of reason shouldn't feel like scrutiny. It should feel energetically healing, you know? But you'd be surprised, you know? And I feel like you're, and I gotta tell you, the voice of reason will never heal with the do as I say, not what I do type of energy, you know? That's kind of what that's kind of what I'm seeing here. But, like, the one thing I'm observing, and I feel like that's and I like, and I need to stress this, never will you know that you're having a conversation with someone when the reason ends with because I said so. Never will you know that you're in the middle of an egoic argument with someone, that when you ask for when you ask a reasonable question and their answer is because I said so. And I think that when it comes to the space of alignment, um, the question you have to say is understanding that, yeah, when you come into alignment, it'll upset energy that would far more prefer that you're energetically aligned with them, which is the space. And I keep on seeing, the space by which we're energetically aligned should be one that can navigate a conversation, because a healing alignment is I keep on hearing a healing alignment is a noisy place because it's a space by which there's a lot of active conversation. you know? It's um so I mean, yeah, like I feel like that's what I'm effectively seeing around you. And I need to stress this. If you are asking questions and another person is saying you're being unreasonable for asking them, then that is a space by which they're trying to say that the space by which one has to inhabit it is the space by which you can't ask questions. You just have to go along with things. Um, and so like that's the message, that's the heavy message that's coming through in relationality to your guides, you know? I keep on hearing good guides answer questions. Good guides answer questions. I feel like you have to write that down somewhere. Good guides answer questions, which is the space by which, like again, I'm glad you asked. I'm glad you asked, right? I'm glad you asked. I'd be happy to articulate upon something. You know, it's a space by which we have those conversations that allow the ability of doing something in a more productive way. And so, you know, I think and that's why I was laughing when I started this reading, which is I keep on hearing something in alignment to your reading that says everybody wanted you healed until you started asking questions. Like everyone wanted you healed until you started asking questions, which is and now suddenly and now suddenly everyone's booing, like being like, and that's what I keep on seeing. Like it's working through the understanding that healthy alignment is the space where we energetically question things, we articulate upon things. And so I keep on hearing like the thing I just keep on hearing the same thing from the reading in relationality to you asking if you're in alignment. The guides are actually saying alignment with who? And I keep on hearing healthy alignment answers. Healthy alignment answers honest questions, which is the space by which another person says, I'm glad you asked me that, instead of because I said so. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Nine of swords and its reversal. The space by which we articulate, um, you know, I feel like I keep on hearing, you know, it's funny because I feel like there's something about like energetically disturbing the peace, but I keep on hearing like the space by which another person feels their peace is disturbed. Peace is only disturbed if it's indulgent, if it can't answer questions, which is the space by which we recognize and identify that our peace is never our peace, if it's healthy peace, is never energetically provoked by asking a question. Peace is fortified by questions. Healthy peace is peace that is energetically shared, which means it's energetically fortified by questions. Indulgence, something that feels energetically indulgent, right? It's like I keep on seeing another person that wants to like rest in something because they feel energetically secure upon it, but not in the space they want to talk about it. Like that's someone deep within their own egoic journey. Because I keep on hearing that the observation of I keep on seeing like the like I keep on hearing someone be like, I heard a story, right? Like, or somebody saying like they said, and then you being like, who's they? You know what I mean? Like, is they you? Because it sounds a little bit like they is you, and you've just found a healthy they to say something that you yourself don't want to say, right? Beware of the ubiquitous they that takes the things we want to say and just puts them in people's mouths. This is what I keep on getting, right? Like someone being like, oh, I'm just telling you what they said, being like, who's they? I want their name. I want their name. I want their name. I want their phone number. I want to know. I want to be able to give them a little call and talk to them about that. Because honestly, it sounds to me, is the they really you? Is the they really you? is what I keep on seeing. Making sure someone isn't using they instead of me, which is the space by which you're like, you know what they said. They're like, I don't think anybody said anything. I think you're just creating imaginary people to support something, like to support some kind of energetic claim that you're making. Is what I keep on hearing. Make sure that they can back up their ubiquitous they. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the first person read for tomorrow. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. And I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, for anyone joining us across the other apps, if you'd like to get on the list, you can do so via my tree that is Binks in my bio. All right, let me just take a moment to read over the comments that came through. Yeah, you saw that Nine of Pentacles, right? Excellent. Hi, Adina. Good to see you today, dear. And Genuine, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Guys, make sure to give Adina a follow. I had a lovely podcast with her about a year ago. You can find it over on her site, also over on my Substack. Exactly. Yeah, and but that's what they're saying in terms of doubting your alignment. Don't let, I keep on saying, like, don't let another person's energetic opinion like effectively move you off of your own energetic alignment. And I keep on hearing healthy alignment is a space by which you can ask honest questions. Yep. I knew which scene you meant before you even said it. Thank you, Haley. Yep. I love this. There are so many voices of reason in this collective. Thank you as well, Per. I know I'm in the right, but I'm surrounded by people who say the opposite. But and here's I want to point out, if you're not sure about that, if you're in the space by which you're willing to answer questions, then it's not about being right. It's like I keep on saying, it's a space by which you identify and recognize, and you're willing to have a conversation. I know, and then no answer. Yeah. So no active conversation. They don't want to engage because they have no argument. Oh, I'm sorry. I put the cards back into the spread, Nikki. But you know what? You know what? If when you go back on this, if you ask me, I can check back on the recording to get the other cards. Good guys answer questions. Exactly. Thank you as well, Delta. It's been very unproductive sending you support, Nikki. Seriously, I ask a question and I get nothing. No healthy dialogue. Well, and again, that would be articulating of someone that is in energetic alignment. Yeah, not everyone, but my family. I'm definitely in a peace disturber because of who I am authentically. Yep. Why would you ever say this? And they can't respond. The ubiquitous they. Oh my God, I said that to my partner the other day, and they said is the they is you. Exactly. It's like my situation. Thank you as well, Belinda. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments as well. Bon, you just head over to the subscription and you can subscribe there. Want to do it before my reading. Oh, thank you, Bon. I appreciate that. Hi there, Cool Beans. Thank you for the compliment on my sweater. All right, let's continue. Next person on the list for today is we've got Lauren. Lauren, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. All right. Oh, whoop. And before we continue right now, let's do another intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blackbird. All right, let's continue right now. If it's a frog, I'm going to freak out. All right, where were we? I said, sounds like you agree with the they opinion if you're relaying it to me. Exactly. Beautifully stated. All right, I got you, Bon Bon. All right, what's going on with the love situation? What are they thinking? All right. All right, three cards, please. Oh, I see why you wanted to get an additional, yeah. Can someone help Bon Bon figure out where the subscribe is if it's moved? Because I know they were looking. All right, and three cards, please. I mean, my short answer for what's going on with your love situation right now is going to say like the retrograde eclipse energy. Um, listen, I've been describing this as a cryptic eclipse, which is and the reason I keep on calling it a cryptic eclipse is that if you're not like doing your shadow work effectively, it can feel like creepy things are happening. Like that's kind of like the best way I can describe it. Especially in relationality to the fact that we're going through a Pluto in retrograde, and the Pluto in retrograde, um which is funny, it felt incongruous like all through the summer, but now we're in this space, and it's very I want to describe it as um like small things that feel energetically significant. um Now I want to stress this right now. I don't want you over internalizing. The reason I'm saying all of this right now is I don't want you over internalizing in love right now if it feels like someone is being more internal at this time. Because the one thing that you want to be the one thing you want to be conscientious about is there's a lot of emotional there's a lot of emotionality that this eclipse is bringing out, specifically and particularly as it relates to old wounds from the past, from things that we've been carrying for a long time. Um, and the reason I'm articulating that in relationality to love, and specifically in relationality towards something that you're going through with love right now, um, like don't I keep on hearing, don't let another person internalizing an old wound affect what you have between you and them, which is the space. I keep on hearing like the space by which we say something that I almost see like the space by which we say something that we say playfully, but that another person may have a lot of almost like triggers. Like I see like almost like triggers a lot of an old wound that like a lot of an old wound around something is almost like what I'm seeing. And I want to point this out. And I feel like if this is, I'm going to give this, I'm going to give this reading to you in two different ways, because this is something we have to be very, very conscientious about during this retrograde eclipse cycle, which is the space by which we are triggered is often predicated by the fact that another person doesn't realize that we have one. Okay? Which is, I'm going to say that again. The space that we realize that we recognize we are triggered is often articulated in the space by which we do not realize that we have one, which is when another person isn't trying to trigger us. They do something that they wouldn't even think about, but then all of a sudden has a lot of energetic meaning to us. So if you're going through something that occurred, right? Don't read, I keep hearing, don't read into another person accidentally triggering you, but almost like we learn, we heal by being able to articulate to another person upon what our trigger is upon something that then allows us to be energetically more careful in terms of how we navigate it, or in terms of how we effectively like face it. um, Simultaneously, and this is also why, and this is why, again, the healing journey isn't about removing our triggers entirely. We're never going to get rid of our triggers, but here's the thing about it. When we care about each other, we handle each other's triggers preciously, right? Which is the identification point that if we understand that another person is triggered by something, we tread carefully there. We don't continue to do something after we articulate that something triggers us. And this is how our triggers can often protect us. Because when we articulate to another person that something triggers us and they keep doing it over and over and over again, then that's usually a good space for us to recognize someone that is not necessarily conscientious and careful when we tell them precious things about ourselves. So I feel like that's what I almost see that is potentially happening right now between you and another person, which is the space by which you may be feeling energetically triggered. And I keep on hearing when we're energetically triggered and it wasn't intentional, we communicate through it. That's how we protect another person. We say, listen, just so you know, that's not going to be okay with me. I feel very energetically triggered by it. But then simultaneously, if we've already articulated to someone that we're energetically triggered and yet they persist, and yet they energetically persist, by which they continue to push upon something that we've told them is triggering to us, then that often gives us the indication of being able to navigate ourselves with more preciousness, which is the space by which we say, okay, that is not, that's not okay. Like that's where the inner child healing begins, which is the space by which you say to another person, like, I've articulated that that's something I'm not comfortable with. I would like, I like, don't feel like you need to constantly tell someone to stop. Just observe if they're not, and let that be your energetic closure point. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Ace of Pentacles. This is a type of work that we do. Like this is the type of work that we do during like this is like the eclipse retrograde, which is the observation of being. And this is how we were, and it's interesting too, because I keep on hearing not all triggers are alike. Okay. And the reason I keep on hearing not all triggers are alike is the observation of something that we're actively working not to be triggered by versus something that feels like it will always energetically trigger us, which is the space by which we understand. And I keep on seeing the wound behind the trigger is what we need to articulate upon, because when we're working through a trigger and there's a real wound there, right? Like if there's, like I keep on hearing, like something that is deeply it's like something deeply painful, then even in the context of articulating upon it, we work to heal it, but we do so carefully. right? Which is often the observation of someone articulating and saying, yeah, that triggers me. I'm trying to heal through it, but we just have to like navigate something tenderly, right? That is usually the articulation of someone that is working on their triggers effectively. What we want to avoid is the space by which another person says that our triggers trigger them. That's never okay. Making sure that you're not getting into a space where you're articulating that you're being triggered and another person says that their trigger triggers them, which is I keep on hearing, we don't get triggered. When we you can tell when we are being too sensitive when we articulate that another person's trigger triggers them, which is the space by which another person tries to say that they're triggered by another person being sensitive. We're supposed to be sensitive. But often insensitive energy will try to articulate the fact that they have a trigger around other people being sensitive. But I keep on hearing that's not a trigger. That is a lack of empathy, is what I keep on seeing. So make sure someone isn't trying to articulate that your trigger is triggering them, because I keep on pointing, like I keep on seeing that like the space by which one is triggered is the ability to define why it hurts, not the space by just saying that you're triggered. I don't know why I keep on hearing this. You can't say that you're triggered by another person's trigger, which is like the space by which another person says your sensitivity triggers me. It's like that doesn't work that way. That is insensitive energy. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on for tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. Anyone who gets on the list today will have an additional card in their reading. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, Georgie. Yes, this is live now. And if anybody is on anyone on the place where we keep the videos, if you wanted to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. Hold on a moment. Thank you for helping them, Nikki. It's not working for you right now. Oh, thank you for letting me know, Per. That's very helpful. And Teddy, thank you for the follow. Okay. Well, there's a difference. If it's not working, please let me know and I'll see if I can fix that. Yeah, it's running. Hold on, it's running strong. This energy has been no funny. This screenshot, okay. Oh, okay, Haley, thank you for letting me know that. I will fix that as soon as we get off the live. I deeply appreciate you letting me know. Ugh, okay, that's very helpful. Thank you for informing me, Haley. I really appreciate you. Okay, yep, I got it. I will investigate. Yeah, small things that feel like giant scary monsters. Bonbon. I understand. I believe he's in a removed from norm with all people and maybe in being in hermit. The energy I was reading on was like in full hermit, like full hermit, to reflect on himself and doesn't have the tools to explain self-reflection. Yes, exactly about the triggering. It's how to handle and navigate them. Yeah, and I feel like I keep on hearing we communicate through the trigger, right? Like, and that's the difference between feeling like one's walking on eggshells versus like when we care about each other, we articulate upon our triggers to be able to handle the triggers effectively. Yeah, the eclipse season is making me listen to Mariah. Bon, we are both triggering each other, but have had like 3 years of friends with benefits where we had no triggers, just love and laughs. And then right now, when it felt in love, next step, both of us have the triggers each other, and so it's live. Like we're energetically dumping all of our hidden. Yes, well, and that's what I'm seeing around something like there's you guys. I feel like you guys have had all these triggers that you've been able to walk away from. And I feel like that's the hard part, which is being vulnerable with each other and being like, yeah, like that, this has always bothered me. This has always bothered me. I didn't tell you before because we weren't taking things seriously, kind of energy. Yeah, to see how we navigate it before we take the step. Yep, I got you. Understood, dear. That's interesting. But I feel we do get triggered by the reaction to someone. No, no, we do. Absolutely, Nikki. I couldn't agree more. But I need to point out like the reason we identify, um, like the space by which we understand that another's trigger is triggering us. The whole point of articulating a trigger to each other is so we don't get triggered. Right? I keep on hearing it's like you can't say to someone, "Oh, I'm triggered by that," and someone saying, "Oh, that triggers me." That doesn't work like that, is what I kept on hearing. That's exactly what is going on. Hold on a minute. I just need to that's exactly what's going on. Trigger has been my buzzword to explain what's going on. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that no, this retrograde, listen, if you got a if this is the retrograde where like as long like it's easier if you know your triggers. And it's also easier when you're able to articulate upon them with energy like this because everything like this is a very triggering retrograde. Oh, I put the cards back again, bon. But it was it was the Queen of Cups. It was the Star card in its reversal and the Four of Cups in its reversal. With the and with the Ace of Pentacles in its bottom of the deck, which is I keep on saying the observation in being able to articulate upon something in such a way to be able I keep on hearing like the opportunity of a trigger of being triggered allows the space by which you can do something more effectively. No, I haven't seen that, Nikki. Yeah, both childhood triggers. I say it all the time. The kid. Oh, I don't know what that is. You'll have to show it to me. Thank you, Cool Beans. Yes. Yes, adapt your reaction, right? Safety plan, exactly. Trigger grade. Trigger grade. Need to end needed to end grade. I like that. All right, let's continue right now. Next person on the list right now is Tate. Tate, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question. As I mentioned, Georgie, the list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you can do so and you'll be the first person read for. We're also going to start one card readings for subscribers shortly. So if you'd like to become a subscriber or a member, you'll also be entitled to a one card. And before we continue, let's do another intuition check. So I've got the animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10. And when I get to 1, we'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The adder. Well done, Alexandra. All right. Where were we? I'm just enjoying my pepper jack and cheese and Minecraft till it all ends. That should be on a shirt. That's great. All right, where were we? Hi there, movement. Tate's divine counterpart better found him. Good to see you, Ruby. I love that that was your entrance for today. Welcome. Oh, it's so good. Ooh, who? Yes, absolutely. Good to see you, dear. Yes, 4 cards, please. 4 cards, please, for Tate. 2 more, please. Ooh. My, how the turns have tabled. My, how the turns have tabled is all I keep on hearing. Um, I feel like I keep on seeing, I don't know what this is. I keep on seeing somebody saying, I don't scare so easy, right? Hold on a minute. I gotta pin you. Um, Let me pin you. Hold on, I gotta find Tate. Guys, make sure to give Tate some love. I mean, that's a funny thing about this here. You know, like I feel like I almost see some kind of circumstance or situation. Um, like I see somebody like I feel like I see somebody that almost feels like you're only like the only like set like you doubt yourself too much is what I keep on hearing. But I don't think it's I don't and what's funny about that or is like it's like I think it's almost like somebody saying like I know you I almost hear somebody saying like I know you doubt me, which is the space by which another person is trying to it's giving me a lot of like just give me a chance to prove myself is what I keep on seeing. I'm literally hearing the song "Open Your Heart to Me," but I almost see you like like I almost see like something like I almost see you being the energetic resistant one on something, you know? Like I almost see you trying to like navigate something trepidatiously. Um, but every you know, the thing I'm getting that I need to stress is I keep on seeing somebody who's like shaking their head in relationality to not working in a space of self-denial, which is like I keep on seeing I don't know why I'm getting this. Like you know, it's funny too because the word I want to use in giving this reading right now is that they left like they left a charged like they left a charged relationship. But and I need to stress this. When I say charge, I mean charge as in going forward. I mean that they said something in the last relationship that they were in that they I literally I'm going to walk you through what I'm seeing here because I see somebody that almost said I said something that was so true that I could never step back from because I knew that we were energetically through is what I keep on seeing. Like I just see some kind of situation where um I see some kind of situation where someone is trying to articulate upon the fact that when they, like, I keep on hearing them say, like, when they're done with something, they're energetically done with it, which is like, I almost see somebody saying, like, they don't, I keep on hearing no revolving door, like none of this, I keep on hearing, like, none of this wobble is what I keep on seeing. Um, and I feel like, and I don't know why. I feel like that might actually be the reason that they moved away from a relationship, right? Because I keep on seeing, like, the wobble by which the articulation of something being over is like the definition of what we set our energetic intention in. And so I just keep on seeing, like, that's what's interesting about something here. Like, I almost see somebody that's trying to articulate to you upon the fact that you may be experiencing or seeing them in some kind of space of feeling. I almost see you saying, like, feeling vulnerable or working through vulnerability. But that's why I keep on hearing them say, like, I keep on hearing the energy say, I don't wobble, but I understand why you might feel that way, which is the energy that says, I know what it feels like to have someone wobble on you. Which is, and I almost feel like I would be very curious if the shape of a relationship that they left had to do with someone that wouldn't let the past remain in the energetic past in some way, shape, form, or fashion. Bottom of the deck, yeah, Page of Pentacles. I keep that. Remember when I said, like, like, I almost see somebody, like, trying to, like, and I need to stress this. Anything, someone that, like, understands, um like, someone that understands an energetically delicate situation will never fumble their intentions, which is like, I almost see somebody that, like, I keep on getting, like, somebody, like, trying to articulate the ability to give something a chance, but also, like, recognizing your own hesitation. um you know I keep on hearing healthy relationship, and I know you've heard me say this before. Healthy relationship will never demand trust. Healthy relationship understands that trust is something that is earned. And so I keep on real, like, every time I read for this right now, it almost feels like someone who wants you to give them the opportunity to show you that there's someone that you can take seriously. Because I almost see the fact, like, I almost feel like they recognize, um, like, I feel like they recognize that you're not someone who, like, I feel like I like, that's what I keep on hearing. Like, I keep on hearing they know that you're true, because I feel like there's something about the way that you navigated something, or said or spoken to them, that has, like, made them feel like you're energetically aligned. But I can also see, like, it's almost like I literally see someone that, like, almost feels like they know your hesitation, because it's the same hesitation that they themselves would feel, is what I keep on seeing. Um, I keep on hearing, make sure that you're communicating, you know? And I feel like one question to always ask if you're ever, like, uncertain about something like this is there anyone who thinks they are in a relationship with you? Right? Which is not that, it's not, I keep on hearing, it's the presence of mind is understanding the difference between what we think versus what another person might think. So I feel like that is also something that is very energetically important as it relates to potentially having a productive conversation, which is not necessarily the space by which another person says that this is happening, but almost saying, do they have the same, like, what are their thoughts on it? Like, what are their what are their thoughts on, like, what are their thoughts on it? Like, what are you feeling? And like, do they share the same opinion upon something energetically? I keep on saying, especially if they're still in communication with someone from their past, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Tate. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through. And we're also at 43.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. I heard a bop in my head, but that's not an animal. Oh, well, hi, Cool Beans. I'm up there. Yep, I got you, Tate. That's actually a valid question in today's world. No, but that's what I keep on seeing, right? I keep on hearing it's not just the observation of how they feel, but making sure that energy around them. Like I keep on hearing, like you're healing from someone. I feel like that's like you're healing from someone with no boundaries, right? Which is like, and that's the hard part with someone without boundaries. It's like not the space by which another person that says this is what's happening, being like, is everyone else aware of that? It's like everyone else aware of that. Yes. I've grown a lot. I'm approaching it with a level of, and that's what I see, like a level of friendship. And that's a funny part about it. Like I almost see somebody that sees that and is working to like prove to you that they're energetically real. Is what I keep on seeing. It's real. I told you, it's giving me a lot of that, like "Open Your Heart to Me" song. Yeah, an interesting new connection. A lot of similar things. I feel. No, I see it too. I feel like this is giving me like kinship energy. Like there's a lot of similarities between you. And I almost that's what I meant in terms of another person. Like I feel like they appreciate the fact that they can see that you've got a good head on your shoulders. Potentially, I feel like potentially even like I feel like I see you like putting your hand out, like stopping them from rushing forward into something. You know what I mean? Like it's giving me a lot of that. It's giving me a lot of that like work in terms of another person feeling like they can energetically trust you because you're not letting them get carried away with things is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much, Tate. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today, the list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. The next person we're reading for today is Denise. Denise, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. All right. And we are at 44.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. I'm also going to pin up Denise here. Make sure to give Denise a follow. Oh, your cards are already out, dear. All right. Whoop. We're doing a life path for Denise. I got you, dear. All right, 2 more, please. I feel like there's like I feel like I see you going through something that feels somewhat energetically bittersweet. Um, which is like the observation of like something that you're walking away from is what I keep on seeing. And it feels like I want to kind of, how do I describe this? Um, I gotta stress that and I keep on getting the same message, which is difficult times reveal us. And why do I keep on getting difficult times reveal us coming through? Because um when when we're working towards like identifying and working through something that's energetically important, I keep on getting the same message. We can't articulate to another um, when they're going the wrong way, is what I keep on seeing. And I need to stress this too. Often the energy that's going the wrong way is the energy that articulates to others that they're going the wrong way, because it's the identification of doing the best that we can. And it's the force by which we understand and amplify and say, what do you need? How can I energetically help? Versus energy that puts us, I keep on hearing like versus energy that articulates like this or that. Like you do this, like that's why often when someone says you do this or else, we will always pick else. Because when someone says do this or else, they're building into a relationship of exceptionalism, which is the space by which another person says, I'm willing to throw all of it away if you don't do something exactly the way that I articulate that I desire something to be done. And this is why, there's nothing worse than when someone puts us in an or else, because often we choose else, failing to recognize that there's no choice at all. When someone says do this or else, like who wouldn't choose else? Because it's the space by which we understand that we don't put each other in demanding positions. Um, and I almost feel like there's something about this season coming up for you that, and I got to tell you this too, like, I'm going to just walk you through this. When another person sees us in do this or else, and then they don't do anything, just wait, because that else will show up to their door someday. Is what I like. The else does not go away. We go away, the else remains, right? Like the same force that puts us into like, and this is why you're like, I'll tell you right now, like energy that wants to reckon usually ends up reckoning with no one at the end of the day, because it's the observation of something that happens the first time and then effectively happens again. But that's what I keep on seeing in relationality to you kind of having to work through something. And I keep on seeing it feels kind of bittersweet, because it's almost like the observation of another person that comes back to you and says, I'm sorry that happened to you. And you almost saying, are you sorry that it happened to me? Or are you sorry that it happened to you because now it's happening to you in the same exact way is what I keep on seeing. Like that's almost like the type of energy that I'm reading into, you know? Like I almost like I see some kind of situation that and this is often like this is why like that's why I like when we, like that's what I mean like when we have situations like that um and we see someone like I keep on hearing when we see someone who lives life hungry for reckoning, sometimes the best thing we can do is give them the gift of loving them with proximity because it's the space by which we feel energetically hurt that we had to go through it, but also we understand and recognize that we're not going to put ourselves in that energetic position again is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like I feel like there's something significant upon that in relationality to both. I feel like there's something that almost feels like it's going to make you feel reaffirmed upon something, but also like a little sad about a situation. Because I almost feel like it's something that you tried to tell another person, you know? Like it's giving me something where you tried to articulate to another what was energetically happening and giving like a little bit of this like earmuff energy to a certain extent, which is the space by which another person says like, you know, I don't like I don't think I don't think that I don't think I think you're making a big deal out of nothing. I don't really see it until it's happening to them. And then suddenly they come running up to you and they say you were right all along and you say well frankly, and I keep on hearing this is why you were right all along isn't a love song. You were right all along isn't a love song, it's a tragedy, because often you were right all along is replied with you should have believed me in the first place, right? So I feel like the positive that I see in some kind of situation is the space by which you recognize and feel energetically affirmed, by which another person articulates that something that you energetically experience, they too are also experiencing. But I almost feel like the negative part is the space by which another person comes towards you and says, you were right all along. And I keep on hearing all along, like you were right all along is not a pleasant song because it's the space by which you say to another person you should have believed me in the first place, right? It's like it's the space by which another person almost articulates the fact that they doubted you in something that now they're effectively confirmed because they themselves are experiencing it. Bottom of the deck, yeah. And that's what I keep on hearing, and that's often why like the point, like I keep on hearing this is why apologies don't always fix things, right? Because the space by which we apologize doesn't make something go away that we navigated. I keep on hearing apology does not correct proximity, which is the space by which another person is all apologetic and says, "Oh, things go back the way they are." Things never go back the way they are, right? It's the understanding of working through something that I keep on hearing. An apology is a true apology is unconditional because we don't give it with the expectation that something's going to be delivered in the wake of it. It's the observation of something that we want to provide to another because we recognize and understand that they should have it, that it's something that they energetically like it's something that we owe them or something that feels like it helps us on our own journey. And I feel like that's a bit of the energy that I'm seeing here. I feel like that's what I meant. I mean, it feels to me like something like I almost feel like it's almost like I almost see you having to like move through something with like a little bit of something akin to um like survivor's guilt or like working through something and being like, and that's what I meant in terms of another person trying to say, like trying to ask you to be energetically compassionate for them. But that's what I keep on seeing that often happens in those modalities, which is the space by which um the space by which um another person like questions our credulity instead of being supportive to us often demarcates the reason that we don't allow ourselves to be vulnerable to them again, right? Because I keep on seeing that um like we prioritize we prioritize credulity, which is the space by which we articulate and say, I don't need to experience something in order to know it to be true. Or I don't need to experience something to honor the experience that you're energetically having, right? It's the observation of doing so that allows us to feel energetically supportive. And that's why I keep on seeing, like, if this is a situation, and that's why I told you it's the all along upon something that may feel that it's energetically wounding, because it almost feels like something that reaffirms something that happened in the past, but also doesn't, I keep on hearing, doesn't erase the past in the process. So just make sure that you're doing that work. Make sure that you're communicating that effectively. And remember, I keep on hearing don't come apologies don't come with baggage on apologies don't come with bags, which is the space by which another person says, okay, I apologize, so now this happens. An apology is just an apology. What happens next is completely irrelevant to the fact that the apology was given. Apologies don't carry handbags. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Denise. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And Corey, thank you for the follow. Hi, Scorpio. Setting extreme boundaries and they're not happy. I won't lower my voice. Sending you support on that journey, Scorpio. As someone over 6 years with my mom, hold strong, love your life, will be better. Beautifully said, cool. It's hard to get to set boundaries, but improves quality of life. Very so much, very much. It's not extreme if you create space where you can speak your truth. Beautifully said. And especially as long as you're allowing others to do so as well. Thank you. Excellent. This all sounds like my mom too. Sending you support on that journey. On the road again. Hi there, Phoenix. I'm doing great. I wouldn't be had I not taken the time to do the hard, scary, and extreme work years ago. You're so welcome, Denise. I hope that helps, and thank you again for having that reading with me and sending you support on your journey. We're doing one cards right now, Ruby. Good timing. All right, friends, we're going to start one card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, just hit that subscribe. We're having some issues with subscription, but you can subscribe over on the place where we keep the videos if you would like to get that one card as well right now. Okay. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. We're also at 46K. When we get to 50K, we'll be doing a 50K giveaway. Divine counterpart for Fig, please. I mean, I feel like this retrograde's got them going through the ringer. But I also feel like I'm seeing, like, I see something here that feels like I almost see someone that's working on doing something in a better way, or they're trying to um it's giving me the type of energy of someone that's like utilizing this retrograde eclipse season to do a lot of deep diving in terms of what it is they're trying to do in a better fashion. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the death card, I think that it's like I feel like it's something hard. I feel like there's a lot of energy shifting in their own life, or situations that are coming to a head is what I'm kind of getting. Um, Animal, thank you as well. And guys, just a reminder, if you'd like an animal spirit guide card, all you need to do is recharge your heart mate. Mini. All right. One card, and I'm trying to see if we still have access to seeing the heart maze. Okay. Yep, I'm gonna pull it now, Fig. 1 second. Okay. Yeah, the boar. Like I see somebody like going through a little bit of a process in like I almost see someone being like you're being too sensitive and someone else being like you're not being sensitive enough is what I keep on seeing. All right, one card on how the senior. Ooh, okay, got you. One card for Minnie on that call, please. Oh, it feels productive. I keep on getting good notes. Good notes. Yeah, King of Pentacles. I feel like it's helping someone through like like somebody working through like I feel like maybe some kind of time issues or something in relationality to working like trying to it's like there's a logistical issue that might need to be addressed is what I keep on saying. Animal spirit guide, yeah, I got the boar again, right? Like having the advantage of time that allows one to be able to energetically prepare for something. I'm avoiding what I need to do because it will greatly disturb my peace and put me in the past. Sending you support, Phoenix. 2 cards, highest party for Bridget, please. Thank you for recharging your heart, me. Cool. Um, it's not selfish if it's reciprocal. It's not selfish if it's reciprocal. Um, and I keep on hearing like when you want something energetically reciprocal, it'll clearly help you identify energy that feels like you're asking for too much. It's like I keep on hearing if you ask for something reciprocal and someone asks like articulates that you're asking too much of them, like some I feel like that's the I keep on hearing like that's the space for which you're like, okay, noted. Like I almost see you kind of being like, okay, bottom of the deck, especially with the King of Pentacles. Like it's saying to me, I don't know, it almost feels like this retrograde is bringing something up from the past in a big way, or working on, um, like I keep on like I don't know what it is with this retrograde, but I'm telling you, it's like something about this retrograde is just giving others the energetic audacity to a certain extent. And I keep on getting it's like the space by which another person feels the like isn't able to suppress the energy of the retrograde to do something that makes them feel energetically self-satisfied in themselves. Yeah, like especially with like the water dragon coming up there, and I almost feel like I see you, like almost like talking to someone that's like savoring something that they think is sweet, and you almost being like I feel like I almost see you like I almost see you like looking at someone and being like, like I don't like it's like the like I almost like I feel like I see you kind of like working through something and being like why are you proud of that? You know what I mean? Like I almost feel like it's somebody like talking to you about something that they did and you being like, okay, like you know what I mean? Like you being like, okay, cool, gotta go. One card regarding counterpart connection. Um, I mean, this is saying I keep on hearing your manifestation goals are going to lead you in the right direction in any way, shape, or form. Make sure that you're articulating what those manifestation goals are and let them guide you. Bottom of the deck, yeah, it's not your manifestation goals are not a negotiation. If you articulate your manifestation goals to someone and they say the best I can do is this, like then say thank you, goodbye. It's just it's like it's not a negotiation. Yeah, again, the wolf energy, right? You're not going to miss what's energetically for you. The manifestation goals will guide you. Ruby, one card in connection with Hayden, please. I see someone who's going through like some kind of hard time in their life. I keep on seeing like this is feeling like heavy energy, like they're finding a really hard time to feel motivated about anything right now. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the 7 of Pentacles in its reversal. Like that's giving me some like heavy energy. Like I see somebody who's like getting very existential upon like the point of things. Um Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like I feel I keep on hearing like I keep on getting like it's I feel like there's somebody who's very, very heavily weighed down by the responsibilities that others articulate upon them. Is like I feel like they're worrying, they're working through not wanting to let anyone down, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that, I feel like in some way, like I feel like that's almost you trying to like help someone through something, which is often like when we're doing something for ourselves, it often feels like we're letting others down in the process because it helps us identify what's in an energetic alignment to us. One card from Luna and Nina. Oh, your pups. Got you. One card for two pups. That's hard. Um, I feel like I got a lot of energy in relationality to. I mean, they just feel like you're the cat's pajamas here, like with the Queen of Wands. Um, I feel like it's interesting with like the Death card in its reversal. Um, like it's very protective energy. You know, I don't like are like I don't know if they can sense something wrong with you before you yourself do. I keep on getting they're highly sensitive. Um, Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with that blank manifestation card. Um, I would not be surprised. Like I feel like they're very I don't know why, but it feels like I feel like they're very, very energetically aligned to your energy. And I keep on hearing they can sense something's wrong before you can, is what I keep on getting. So make sure that you're paying attention to them. Thank you for sending that heart me fig. Nikki, one card on partnership, please. Temperance card in its reversal. Um, don't like the thing with this, like I'm just gonna tell you, this retrograde is so triggering. And the way we support each other is not pretending we don't have triggers. It's by identifying that we are triggered, right? And I keep on hearing it's not harmful to articulate that we are triggered because it's the space by which we tell another person we're triggered to say, look, it's not that you've done something wrong, but this is something that happens that can trigger me. And this is what we should do about it when that occurs, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, the raven, right? Like when the watchword for triggers is preparation, 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 which is the space by which one says, what would you like me to do if you're feeling triggered like that? Right? Not just talking about the trigger, but in the space by which it inevitably happens, be able to articulate how one can navigate another person best in the process of them being triggered. One card on emotionality right now for Alexandra. Oh, there's so many cards. Why are all these cards? I mean, that perfect case in point. Like with all of these cards, right? Emotion and logic are not enemies. They're best pals when we're doing the work to understand the self. So, yeah, Wheel of Fortune. Like you don't need to choose between emotionality and logic. The emotions that propel us are the emotions that make sense, is what I keep on seeing. Especially with the otter energy, right? Not doubting yourself or like not overly scrutinizing the self or being too hard on the self in the process. All right, Melissa, one card general, please. Um, You know what? Don't react to another person not going through this retrograde as well as you are, is what I keep on saying. Observe, don't absorb. But don't but don't let things slide, right? You can add a respectfully. Like respectfully, that's not okay. Like you can call someone out in this energy, but in a respective way, right? It's but just don't match energy is what I keep on getting. Yeah, Raven, right? Like the observation of being able to articulate what's going on. Okay, one card for Ava on what is hindering divine union. I don't want you to think of it being hindered. I want you to understand this is you being patient as you energetically find it. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I feel like this is you, like this is you finding that energetic person. So I want you to continue to like hold this frequency as it were. Because I almost see like it almost feels to me like there's like a counterpart playing a little bit of energetic catch up here. Um, yeah, especially with the adder, like this is saying to me, like, you know, imagine that this is the space by which you find them because it is what I keep on saying. Something about you inhabiting this frequency, not waiting for things, but just being patient with your own progress. Hi there, Scorpio. Thank you for supporting everybody in the comments with those messages. That's this. I know it's the second one for counterpart that got the magician. That's wild. All right. Oh, I pulled the animal card for you, Fig. I believe it was the boar. We can check back on the place where we keep the videos, which is saying like it's not too much to ask as long as you're being stable on what it is you're asking for. And I see somebody else like trying to like move through this retrograde cycle. Yep, I got your heart knee, Bridget, and I pulled the water dragon for you. You're so welcome, Minnie. Beep, one card, highest priority, please, for Beep. Just go ahead and make those plans. You know, just continue forward. Like I keep on saying, don't dwell too much on the past. Just move through something right now. Bottom of the deck, especially with the Nine of Swords and its reversal. I feel like there's something about being able to recognize and identify how far you've come or feeling energetically supportive in something that feels like it's stabilizing through. Yeah, especially with the bear, right? Don't overly internalize with this energy, but also like don't over internalize, but also recognize. I know you want to go into hermit mode. Don't go into hermit mode too much right now, Bridget. Genuine, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew, which is they've been messaging more. Yes. Oh, that's beautiful. Cool. Yeah, the 10 of Cups was for you, Chrissy. You're so welcome, cool. All right. Oh, it was meant about another person, but it's cool. It was directed towards me. Have a great day, guys. All right, friends, we reached the conclusion of the reads for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. We will be back tomorrow at 7 a.m. PST, 10 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over. Hi, Lisa. You can head over to my profile, hit the bell there, turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. Yes, you can get one card. One card for Lisa, please. Queen of Wands. This is saying to me, making sure that you're communicating right now, making sure that you're articulating upon those needs. Bottom of the deck. It's not needy to have a standard, right? Don't let someone identify a fixed point of need as neediness. And a standard is a fixed point of need. Bottom of the animal spirit guide, the horse, right? Again, it's not selfish if it's reciprocal. One card, highest priority for Kath, please. Empress in its reversal. Make sure that you're prioritizing care of the self right now. Spirit's first directive is to take care of the self before we take care of those around us. Again, that's not too much. That's not being too self-indulgent if what you're doing is allowing you to be able to work towards others more effectively. Animal spirit guide card, the wolf, right? It's working towards, it's like identifying your needs so you can help others in a more even better fashion, right? Sometimes we step back to step forward. My friends, again, I want to thank, we got to 50K. I'll do the 50K giveaway. Whoever wins will be on the reading, have a reading first thing tomorrow. I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 37. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than I receive them. Nope, 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 no. Ava, congratulations. You got our 50K. All right, you'll have that reading tomorrow. My friends, I want to thank you so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Huge thank you to my subscribers. I deeply appreciate your support. And the biggest thank you to my mods. Have a beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.